Alright, we are back. Just doing some Reddit reads today. I don't have a story lined up yet. I'm still scrolling. Okay. That must be promoted. I don't want that. Um. AITA for putting my roommate's dishes in a box instead of washing them. Probably not. Wait, is that the right thing? Let me. Will it not let me go further than that? Okay. I, 24 male, live with two roommates. One of them, let's just call him Jay, never washes his dishes. Like, ever. He'll cook a full meal, use every pan in the kitchen, and just leave it all piled in the sink until someone else caves. I've asked him nicely dozens of times, and he always says, "Yeah, I'll get to it later." But later never comes. Surprise there. 2 weeks ago, I decided I was done. I bought a big plastic tub, and every time Jay left dirty dishes in the sink, I just moved them into the tub and set it on his side of the room. No yelling, no lectures, just not my problem anymore. Well, yesterday, he blew up at me. He said I was being passive aggressive. Kinda, yeah, a little bit. And disrespectful of his property? No. He's being disrespectful of his own property by not taking proper care of it. Oh, I told him it was more disrespectful to leave rotting food in the sink for everyone else. That's a bit true, too. He said if it bothers me so much, I should just wash them, since we all benefit from a clean kitchen. You made it a clean kitchen in your own way. Now the other roommates think I went too far and made the apartment hostile. No, no, he did. It's not you. If he wasn't taking care of his dishes in the first place, he seems like. And if he's gonna get mad at you for doing this, he's the hostile one. But I honestly feel like I found a fair solution. His mess, his problem. So, AITA for boxing up my roommate's dishes instead of washing them. Edit, after some thought and reading the comments, while he was sitting in his room, I came in and dumped the dirty dishes all over his bed. In a box or not in a box? What? Or was there more dirty dishes already? Ugh. Ugh. I don't know. And yay, you could have put them outside as a health hazard? Put the roommate outside as a health hazard. Where am I? Gonna get that. So where's my? Where am I? Right there. Properties. I want to keep that. I just want... There we go. Okay. I cannot heal myself again. But I do that. It's better this way. Tell him to go back home to his mom slash nanny slash maid. I once had a roommate like this. After numerous conversations, he did it again. So I dumped all the dirty dishes on his bed. His parents came to visit and tried to dump their childish anger on me. I told his father to take his little brat home. It's not my fault you failed to raise your child correctly, nor is it my responsibility to fix the mess you've made. Okay, so I guess there must have already been more dirty dishes just like that, so he just puts them on the person's bed? I don't know. People get mad at people being passive aggressive. What do you want? Do you want them to be full aggressive instead? I don't. Some people might prefer that. It's it's not being passive aggressive. Maybe it is. Nah, I don't think so. Maybe it is. I lost my train of thought there. I was thinking something. Thinking about cultural differences. And some people are a lot more direct, and a lot of people, their cultures are indirect. But would you say that those other cultures that are indirect are passive aggressive cultures? That seems not right. But no, you shouldn't be having to wash somebody else's dishes. Unless you guys have a specific, agreement that he does all the cooking and you do all the dishes. You can have that kind of agreement with roommates. So then you better make sure that he is cooking food for you. Then you'll be willing to do his dishes. If I'm not partaking in the food, why am I taking care of the dishes? That's not always. It's not like you have to partake in every food in order to do it. Oh, I did not partake in this specific meal, so I'm not going to do this specific dish. That's being petty. But if you're not eating any of the food that he's cooking, then yeah, it's weird that he's expecting you to do his dishes. I don't know. If he thinks it's such a problem for OP to put them in the tote, then perhaps he should clean them. After all, everyone benefits. Yeah. I did the same thing to a roommate, except I put the box in the rain. You misspelled his bed. Anyways. I'm just gonna keep doing this until I get next stories. I have thoughts. I have so many thoughts. My camera's not widescreened. There we go. I want to put purple edges there, but it's fine. It's fine. What do people who carry a pocket knife use it for every day? I don't use it every day. Sister says I cannot cut my hair. What? Mm. Oh, jeez. Okay. Mm. My sister says I cannot cut my hair. That's r/advice. I don't know if I should start saying who posts things. That's fine. It's fine. Okay. I was diagnosed with autism when I was 12 years old, and now I'm 19. Since freshman year of high school, I've had a pixie cut, and it's been life-changing. I can't even express... I dropped my putty. My putty! I'm messing with putty. Okay, it's all good. And it's... since freshman year of high school, I've had a pixie cut, and it's been life-changing. I can't even express how much I love short hair. I disagree myself, but that's good. Before that, literally since elementary school, I always wore my hair in a ponytail. I absolutely hated flyaways, so I'd pull my ponytails so tight that I got headaches. Ooh. But if I ever took my hair down, I would have meltdowns at school because I couldn't stand how it touched my face and neck. That ponytail was my solution until the summer before freshman year, when I finally scheduled a haircut. I've kept my hair short ever since. The problem is, I'm now being pressured to grow it out. My sister is getting married. She got engaged about 8 months ago and asked me and our other sister to be part of her bridal party. At the time, my hair was freshly cut, buzzed on the sides, and I loved it. But during her engagement announcement, my sister told me she expects all the bridesmaids to have the same hairstyle. A half up, half down look. I understand where this is going, and I'm like already wanting to chime in, like, you know that your sister always has her hair pixie cut. Why are you expecting that to change for your wedding? You can ask if they'd be willing to, but I don't know. I've never been big on weddings, so some of the stuff that people I could I get, having a certain vision and wanting things to be exactly like that, but in reality that's never gonna happen. And you have to let go of some perfectionism stuff. Just relax, people, relax. I had to learn some of that myself because of perfectionism issues. Okay. Obviously, I didn't have enough hair for that. She told me I had 8 months to grow it out to shoulder length. How fast does hair... Would it grow to shoulder length in 8 months? I don't know. She told me I had 8 months to grow it out to shoulder length. Not asking, mind you, not asking, hey, would you be willing to do this for me? I know you don't like your hair like this, but I really want you in my wedding. But I also really want it to be very uniform and perfect because I have issues. There's no asking here. Sis, I know you hate hair. Would you be willing to put on a wig for that day only? Even still, it's just like, no, it's not about how people look. It's about the people. They're the people you care for. That's what it should be about. Not about being, you know, photo perfect. But even if you know that you have these aesthetic things, ask. Talk about it. Have a real conversation. Do not just tell people what. Say, you have to do this. That's ridiculous. Anyways, 8 months to grow it out to shoulder length. I don't even like Bixie cuts. I'm not sure what that means. So the thought of shoulder length hair was frustrating. I didn't say anything though, because I didn't want to spoil her big moment. I just congratulated her and went home. Mm, mm, mm. So it was during her engagement announcement. Also, just, I mean, that means she didn't even go into, well, I don't know. I don't know if there's just missing detail on whether or not she actually asked OP, will you be my bridesmaid? Or just assume that, yeah, no, usually people, like, how often do you ask us, like, a sister to be a bridesmaid and they say no? But still, you're supposed to ask. Not just assume somebody's gonna be a bridesmaid. Um, I didn't want to spoil her big moment. I just congratulated her and went home. A month later, oh, still hadn't talked about it a month later. When you oh well, we'll see how this goes. A month later, when she visited my house, she noticed I had trimmed my bangs because they were getting in my eyes. I feel called out. I need to trim mine. I do. It's okay. I procrastinate so much on that. She noticed I had trimmed my bangs because they were getting in my eyes. She told me I wasn't allowed to cut my hair at all. Does this mean that OP hasn't even cut the rest of their hair? Just the bangs? Is her sister also saying she can't have bangs? Even if you have bangs and doing a half up, half down haircut, you could take the bangs up. It's possible to, take the bangs out of your face. There are things to be able to pull the bangs. Saying you can't cut your bangs is even. Okay. I was shocked into silence, standing there thinking, so you don't want me to see? She insisted. She insisted I let my hair grow as long as possible. When I said I didn't want to, she started crying. Mom got involved and told me I was being selfish. No, it's. OP has sensory issues. That's the reason they don't want their hair long. These people are not accommodating at all. Since then, I've avoided trims or cuts. I wear tight headbands and clips every day, even though I hate how they feel. I don't feel pretty. Did OP feel pretty with shorter hair? It's possible. You just don't often hear that. But where were we? Where am I? I don't feel pretty, and the constant irritation makes me miserable. My hair has only grown to my earlobes, which might not seem long to others, but it feels long to me. And because the hair touches my skin, I've started scratching my neck, arms, and back again. Something I used to do when I was younger and anxious. Now I'm seriously thinking about cutting my hair again. I desperately want to. My sister keeps criticizing the length, but when I told her it's driving me crazy, she said, "It's my wedding day. Just say, okay, I don't want to be a bridesmaid. It's okay, OP. You don't have to be her bridesmaid. And she can have her perfect wedding since that's more important to her than family." Yeah. Wait. Oh my god, I just read ahead. What? I respect that. It is her day. But then she also told me I can't wear my glasses and must buy contacts for the wedding in December. What? Holy sh- I'm just wait, let me keep reading. This was after I mentioned being financially tight with college expenses and the cost of caring for my pet birds. She cried, so I gave in and said I'd get contacts. I'll figure it out. I can wear them for the photos and switch back to my glasses after. Well, if that's the case, for the photos, you can just take your glasses off and not even bother with contacts. Um, oh wait, photos sometimes it's just the whole thing. If I, if OP has not worn contacts before, I'm not sure I would suggest it. I don't know. I can't. Well, I don't actually. I haven't even tried to get contacts in a while. I used to be able to get the like bi-monthly ones or whatever, and then my astigmatism got worse, and they didn't mass produce to the level that I need, so it would cost a bunch more. So I stopped wearing contacts. Because whenever I'd put those ones in, they'd start rotating in my eye, and I would still not be able to see. I kept like push them back into place, and it was so annoying. Anyways, that's me. Not what's going on here at all, but and switch back to my glasses after. But with my hair, I can't keep going like this. The constant discomfort makes it hard to focus in school, and the scratching has left my neck and back sore. My friends keep telling me to just cut it, but I'm scared I'll look like a terrible person for going against my sister's wishes. I don't want drama, but it's my hair, and I feel like I should have a choice. Consider a wig if you really want to, because then it's just one day of dealing with the discomfort. But even then, and you do it just for pictures and then take it off. But I would still suggest, dropping out of the wedding party. But I guess that could cause more drama. Annoying. Um, but I'm scared I'll look like a terrible person for going against my sister's wishes. I don't want drama. But it's my hair, and I feel like I should have a choice. Yes, you should. We're all doing our own hair for the wedding anyway. That's weird. But my sister keeps saying she'll regret her wedding pictures if my hair is too short, and that she can't imagine her day with me having it that way. What? Wedding pictures can be edited. You could get the photo, the person who is taking the pictures, just tell them to Photoshop hair on. Can you Photoshop some hair onto my sister? It's still so, like, stupid because I think short hair is part of OP's identity, and to be taking that away is stupid. Um, Although I don't know. I don't know if OP might mostly just not like the way it feels, which is fair as well. But um, I'm honestly at a loss. So should I just cut my hair and feel better, or keep growing it even though it's not long enough for her hairstyle and is making me miserable? I don't want drama. I hate drama. So I'll I think I'll do whatever causes less tears. This was posted 1 hour ago. The thing is, yeah, maybe a wig would still cost too much. Comments. Cut it. It's your hair and your comfort. Weddings last a day, but you live in your body every single day. If your sister values matching hairstyles over your health, that's on her. Glasses and short hair don't ruin photos. Misery does. Your sister is a control freak. She doesn't get to dictate your hair length. Cut it. I agree. I don't know why your sister would want the OP to be looking, or wouldn't want the OP to be looking as she always does, so that when you look back on the pictures, she's familiar. Your comfort level is far more important than being a bridezilla victim clone. Tell your sister that it's a medical issue, because it is. Many people with autism have sensory processing disorder. It's a neurological condition, and I think it's essential for people with autism to understand their sensory issues. You absolutely don't need this kind of sensory load. It's not good for you. It's not like taking an important medication, or it's like not taking an important medication that makes you feel good. There's this person. The answer is a wig. Keep your hair short, but invest in a perfectly styled natural wig and practice wearing it. And make the sister pay for the wig. A wig would just ensure that OP spends the whole wedding uncomfortable still. It's true, but at least they wouldn't spend all the time up until the wedding uncomfortable. But yeah. Cut it. Weddings have gotten out of hand on Reddit. Yada yada yada. No one likes drama or having others unhappy with us, but it's important to put yourself first anyway. Or you are going to waste your life people pleasing. Please don't do just whatever causes less tears. It's not okay for someone to expect you to grow your hair out for 8 months just for their wedding photos. That is totally unreasonable of her. It's like I said, it would also be another thing if, she asked. She did not. She just said, "You're doing this." Hairdos are more important than sisters. She doesn't deserve you in her wedding. But I mean, the thing is with that is the sister could pull it on the other side. Like, oh, your hairdo is more important than me? She doesn't deserve you in her wedding. Go cut your hair. Yes, everyone is saying for OP to cut their hair. For the photos, just take them off. Don't have to buy contacts. And as for your hair, cut it how you please and tell her you will wear any wig she wants to buy you for the photos. That's the compromise. And tell your sister off. Personally, I say cut your hair and forget what she says. Show up however you want. What I do, you're an adult. I I understand this. I deal with the same sensory issues and have to keep my hair short. I cannot deal with the sensation of hair on my neck or in my face. I keep my hair short or pulled back when it's longer in the front. It's your hair. You have to live with it. Cut it. Actually, I might have issues with my hair. I don't know. Or is it just my need to fidget all the time? But I'm always like feeling my hair and pulling on it. But sometimes I do feel it scratchy against me, but other times I don't. And that might just be an indicator that it's probably time for me to wash it and use, a lot of conditioner. As I've gotten older, my hair, the quality of it is like a bit coarse sometimes, which is really weird when it like started being like that. But yeah, so sometimes I will feel it scratching on me, and then I have to like pull it away from me, and then I'm just like messing with it because it's just like off of my neck. But I like the look of me with hair, so I don't think I could bring myself to shave my hair off. Oh. When it's a wedding, hair only grows 6 inches a year. Unless the wedding is 2 years away, you're not getting an updo out of your hair. Yeah. The wedding is this December. My hair does grow fast, but definitely not that fast. I don't know what she wants from me. Yeah, that's what I think I said that right off the bat. Like, how fast does hair grow? Tell her to GTFO here with that nonsense. You can't magically make your hair grow enough for an updo by December. I'm sorry, your sister is being dumb. I'm autistic too, sister. I say cut your hair and drop out of the bridal party. That's what I've been saying. Just go as a guest. If your sister can't understand that you have sensory issues and can't stand having your hair long, then that's her problem. Your body is yours, and no one can tell you what to do with it. And the contacts comment pissed me off. If she wants all these specific things when you're struggling, she can buy it her darn self. It sounds like she doesn't respect you in the slightest. And neither does your mother. Oh, there is a hair in my putty. The thing is, I'm being a bit lenient toward the sister because I don't know anything about the sister. And autism often is genetic, so it's possible that the sister has some issues as well. Maybe not specifically autism, but could be other neurodivergent or neurodevelopmental disorders. So it could be why she wants everyone to look the same, because of perfectionist tendencies that some neurodivergent people struggle with. But I guess you don't even need to be neurodivergent to struggle with that. I don't really know. I don't know enough about the sister, but I feel like it might help to be like, hey, you figure out whether or not his sister's just vain and wants everything to be perfect, or I don't want that. Oh, it says possible ban evader, but still showed up there. Sometimes it will hold the message, but not always. Yes. Cut your hair out, for God's sakes. Screw everyone else. Your sister can get someone else to be in her bridal party. If you want to be extremely generous, You could offer to wear a wig for the ceremony and pictures only, but I wouldn't. That's what I. Yes. You could consider a wig, but at least you don't have to be uncomfortable for months leading up to it. But, how would it even do that? Make some sort of scarf out of like dog fur or something, and make her that really itchy or something, and make her wear that for like something that's really really itchy for anyone, and make her wear that, and like, this is how I feel from my hair. Like, my hair feels like how that feels to you. See if she understands why you don't want long hair. Dealing with it day in and day out. It's not one of those, oh, you'll get used to it. It is not. It stays the same level of annoyance. It does not get less. If anything, it might just get worse the more you deal with it. Okay. Where am I at? Okay. Coworker keeps stealing my pens, so I swapped them out. What are you reading from Reddit? I don't know. Do you have any suggestions? I'm just scrolling my own feed where I have things like Petty Revenge or r/advice or r/am I the devil. I have various ones, and I'm just scrolling them until I find something worth reading. Unless people come in and say, hey, check out this subreddit, then I might go over there. This one is about a coworker kept stealing my pens, so I swapped them out. I don't know if I want to read it yet. What is it about these pens? I am very particular about my pens. I like this kind. Papermate Inkjoy. No free sponsors. But I love them. I love them so much that I got a freaking pack of all the colors. Not that I really use them, but I love the way that they glide on paper. It's nice. I like the FML series on there, and Pretty Revenge sounds fun. FML. I don't know that I've seen that one. Let's see. Oh, whoops, I didn't click on it. My coworker kept stealing my pens, so I swapped them out. I used to leave a few pens on my desk, but they always seemed to vanish. At first, I thought maybe I was just being careless, but then I noticed one of my coworkers always had the exact same pens I bought. Instead of calling him out, I decided to make things a little interesting. I bought a pack of disappearing ink pens and left them in the usual spot. Sure enough, where did it go? Sure enough, he borrowed one right before a meeting and started taking notes. About halfway through, his notes began fading until the page looked blank. He stared at it in total confusion while everyone else kept writing. I'm just imagining OP sitting there, watching them, knowing what's going on. They're just like, Nobody else is even aware of what's going on. Just try not to laugh. Well, everyone else kept writing. Yeah, I had to keep a straight face, but inside I was dying of laughter. Needless to say, he never touched my pens again after that little incident, and my desk supplies have been safe ever since. Anyways, yep. Hello. Good times. Let's see. Any suggestions? I'm open to it. Made my boyfriend throw out his cat. Oh my gosh. The Pilot G2 pens. I don't know anything about those. I just like Paper Mate Ink Joy. Gel. They just glide so nice. Such a smooth writing. Mm-mm-mm. What is going on? Oh, that's 2 years ago. r/cat free is a subreddit. I don't know how to feel about that. Do I want to read this? It is like. What is Reddit cares thing? Oh, it's from 2 years ago, so I have no idea. Mm-mm-mm. Caw? School life. Mm. R/the let them theory? What is that? A community embracing the let them mindset. Letting people and things be while finding peace and letting go. Might check that out. Mm. I don't know that, we're gonna hop over there just to see what's going on here. But r/the let them theory. A community embracing the let them mindset, letting people and things be while finding peace and letting go. But husband rude to stepchildren. Can you really let that go? I don't know. Should you let that go? Probably not. Maybe the let them thing is to say you need to let the husband go. I'm interested in what's going to happen in this community. Please help. I'm trying to figure out how to apply the let them theory with my husband, who has a lot of inflexible rules which he exerts over myself, my children, and even the dog. The problem is he generally has an attitude of his way or the highway, and will act like an adult in an 8-year-old body if we dare go against his rules. As an example, he will try to get my kids from previous relationships to have showers at certain times. What times are we talking? My kids are 14 and 16. He justifies this so everyone can get through the shower at a reasonable hour before bed. Interesting. So he's micromanaging a household. 14 and 16. But yeah, because they're in school, they need to shower at a certain hour so that they can go to bed on time. I think, well, I don't know. I don't have children, so this is, not my wheelhouse. But I'm gonna read through it and then see if there's. He justifies this. Oh, I already read that. He tries to hurry my 16-year-old son up to finish eating dinner quicker. I would hate being rushed while eating. I'm a very slow eater because I worry about choking. So I chew my food extra thoroughly. There's no actual rush. We're not going anywhere. But he might justify it by saying he wants to put the dishwasher on and he's waiting for his dish. If that's the case, then just tell the son if you're not done eating by this time, then you need to hand wash that dish. Unless you don't trust the son to hand wash a dish. But in that case, then you need to teach him how to properly hand wash a dish. The other day, my eldest daughter, 17, who stays with me infrequently, was in the kitchen area when my husband walked through the room in his underpants only. I don't like that. But, like, I've had my dad, he'll walk around sometimes in just his underwear. But it's my actual biological dad. But even, if it's a stepdad, that is. I wonder if, in a different universe, where my dad ended up having stepchildren, if he would still end up doing that. He might, because sometimes he's like, my house, my rules. He's not too bad, but I don't know if he would, if he had stepchildren, if he'd still walk around in just his underwear. Anyways, the other day, underpants only. I asked him, when we were alone, if it was possible he could perhaps cover up a little bit, because she found it a bit awkward. And he started ranting, saying he pays half the bills and can do what he likes. Now see, with my dad, my mom's a stay-at-home mom, so my dad pays all the bills. Which is sometimes where he goes, my house, my rules. Except that's not true. If my mom wasn't okay with things, it would not fly. But sometimes, I don't know. They're not too bad. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. But see, even I don't know, because I'm just even now I see him. Actually, I probably don't even notice when he's in his underwear anymore. But when I was at 17, when I was 17, and if even my biological dad walking around in his underwear, I'd still be uncomfortable about it. How long have they been married? How used to. I'm confused. Wait, what? My kids are 14 and 16, but then she said her eldest daughter, 17. Is this would somebody do a. What's that called? AI story in a subreddit like this? I know you get them all the time in like Aita. People, karma farming. I don't know. But and then said 17. Wait, but she's a 16-year-old son and a 17-year-old daughter. Yeah, I can't trust anything these days. But it said, my kids are 14 and 16. 16-year-old son. Now, where did this 17-year-old daughter come from? My kids from previous relationships. Does that mean that her kids are 14 and 16? Though, are those the ones? I'm so confused. Does he have his own children from previous relationships? Is that who the daughter is? Wait, no. Oh, wait, okay. I think I understand. She has custody of the 14 and 16-year-olds, which is why she mentioned them, because they are living with them full time. At least most of the time. The eldest daughter is not necessarily her custody, because she said, who stays with me infrequently. I just had to back read a little bit. I'm good, I swear. She got a bit awkward, started ranting, saying he pays half the bills and can do what he likes. But no, that means Opie's paying half the bills, so she gets a say too. Not that I think that if he paid all the bills that would be okay. Yeah, so this makes it even worse, because she only stays there part-time, infrequently. And, it's one thing if, he was essentially her dad too, because he'd been raising her since she was 4, then maybe him being in his underwear wouldn't be. But, she barely knows him, probably. I don't know, unless she only recently moved out. I don't have enough details. I'm always overthinking because I need more details. Guys, there's never enough details. Okay, we're gonna continue. Even the dog has to be outside when we eat and can only be fed after we eat. I have a sore inside my mouth and it's bugging me. Keep sliding my tongue over it. Ow. Okay. Off subject. I am not so opposed to saying that the dog has to be outside when you guys eat, because it might be better. That way the dog isn't feeling teased at you guys eating. And, not that I'm very good at that. I eat in front of my sister's dogs. Like, I already gave you guys food. You're good. But that's okay. It's weird that the dog can only be fed after they eat. I don't know. That's effed up. What part? That I eat in front of my sister's dogs? Usually I'll, put something in the way. I'm like, stop staring at me. I don't like when being stared at when I'm eating. When I see them obviously staring at me. But they'll still be, right under my feet, and I'm like... Obviously, this wouldn't be such a drama if it wasn't for his reaction if we go against any of his rules. What is his reaction? If I tell him the kids can shower whenever they want, but as long as it is before 9 p.m., my husband will have a dummy spit. dummy spit? If I say my son can take as long as he wants to eat, there's no hurry. He has the dummy spit. What is a dummy spit? Am I confused? I'm not confused, you're confused. I'm kidding. Is he spitting on them? Or what does that mean? Oh, and it's an informal Australian slang term. Adult overreacting to a situation with a childish outburst of anger. Someone is behaving like a baby by having a temper tantrum or a hissy fit. Don't spit the dummy, it's not a big deal that you missed the bus. He really spit the dummy when his favorite team lost the game. Okay, so now we know OP is Australian. um, I've tried to gently bring these things up with him, and he knows that I am quite into the let them theory. So it's no surprise he mocks it to an extent. Divorce. Why do you like this guy? What is the good qualities about him? Please tell me. Um, but he is so inflexible with these rules, I can't make any way forward. Beyond a few days for some of the examples, and I have certainly not tried to pressure or push him. Rather, I focus on explaining how it would go such a long way to improving everyone's relationship in the household and making the house be a calm place for everybody. Still, I get no buy-in. Am I doomed for divorce? Your husband is harmful. His arbitrary rules and temper tantrums are harmful, and you should divorce him instead of turning yourself inside out trying to rationalize its behavior. I need to read that, thank you. I think I'm so used to it by now, I overlook some pretty basic truths. Is that controlling daily life? He's not going to react well to you separating. I'd strongly suggest preparing extensively prior to telling him your decision. Please note that women are highly vulnerable to be safe, document everything, and don't take any chances. I wish you well. I have an ad coming. I want to go, I think, make myself a root beer float. Because why not? Right? Is there any last other than there? Okay. So even in the let them theory subreddit, these people aren't just like, oh, just deal with it. He doesn't care about your kids. They're a nuisance that he needs to manage, and I assure you the rules would be different if they were his biological kids. I'm not sure if they would. I'm not sure if they would. Some people would treat their own biological children just as badly. Why is he making all the rules? He pays half the rent, not all the rest. Even if he paid all the rest, that's too much. Why is his voice louder than yours? The actual parent. Your son can't even eat in peace. Your dog can't get fed until some arbitrary time he's decided on. Your daughter has to see him in his underwear. Both kids have to shower when he decides they need to shower. And I'm guessing you all else on eggshells because he's a friggin' prick. This will impact the relationship you have with your kids. I've lost count of how many people post on these forums about resenting a parent who allowed them to be mistreated by the new wife/husband. You got some thinking to do, but I don't think you're overreacting at all. His voice is not even louder. It's literally 50-50. 50% of the time, he can wear underwear. Lol. This is ridiculous. And the mom should just get a job and move to a place she can afford rent, and her kids are old enough to work a little bit to help, and they should figure it out seriously. Do you see when you are threatened? Post again, please. I don't know. Anyways, I got an ad. I'm gonna go get myself a root beer float, and I'll be right back. Okay, back from my little break. Mm-mm. But yeah, let's find another story. Thief doesn't want to be called a thief because she feels offended by it. Um, Mm, okay. Thief doesn't want to be called a thief because she feels offended by it. The other night, my girlfriend went out to a bar with friends and some friends of friends. At some point, she forgot her cell phone on the bathroom, in the bathroom, and didn't miss it at all. I know people like that. Surprisingly, I'm not like that. I'm like hyper vigilant of my phone almost all the time. Sometimes I wonder how I got diagnosed with attention deficit. But I do have, it would be the, um, I was not diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. I was just diagnosed with attention deficit disorder. So it'd be that in what's the word? Inattentive type. But I won't like forget my phone. I might be hyper aware of my surroundings. But that could also be the difference of possibly being ASD as well. But spacing. Okay. No, 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 no. At some point, she forgot her cell phone in the bathroom and didn't miss it at all. It's something she would do sober. Since she is easily distracted, my sister leaves her phone everywhere. So sometimes I'll pick it up and put it in my pocket until she notices, just to mess with her. She's always like, "Where's my phone?" I have it. But it's only because of my sister, and it's never that I'm going to keep it. It's all in good fun. She ends up leaving and realizes once she got home that, oh, she had brought a jacket and she left it here. I don't get it, but that's fine. Mm. Yeah, see, that's how I am. You forget a jacket. You brought a jacket and then leave it places. I am. My focus went. Okay. Didn't miss it at all. It's something she would do sober since she is easily distracted. But the fact she was tipsy will be relevant later. I forget where you placed everything. It happens that one of the girls of the group she was with found it. I'll call her the thief. And later bragged about it to one of her friends, saying she would keep it. To call her a thief for that, I don't know. It's not like I could get her being upset at being called a thief. Because it's not like she, like, took it from your girlfriend's purse or something. But is it a thief, though? Is that really semantics? Okay. And later bragged about it to one of her friends, saying she would keep it. Some people are raised that way. They're like, parents tell them, like, hey, if you find it, it's yours now. It's, it, you know, I don't know, if I find something that's not mine, I'm probably going to try and find out whose it is. I will end up giving it to whoever is working there, being like, hey, this was left in the bathroom. I one time found a envelope, was it an envelope or something? Was it an envelope or was it just, I don't know. I found some money in like Walmart parking lot or something. Was it Walmart? And I ended up going in and giving it to the customer service. So I'm like, what if this is somebody's grocery food and that's like all they have for the week? Like, hopefully they got it back. If that was the case, I would feel so bad. But yeah, I just went and gave it to the people there. I'm like, it's not mine. I'm not always perfect. Maybe I should be more specific though, because there was times I was a bad kid and I might have taken money from family, immediate family. But whoopsie. It was also when, I was too young and couldn't work and wasn't working. I don't know. I didn't have a job. Other people had jobs. And you just kind of, I'm not, um, defending myself. It was bad. I was a bad person. It's okay. We're not all perfect, and it's good to, let other people know, hey, I'm not perfect. I've done bad things. But if it's out in public and I don't know whose it is, and like, what if they're starving and this is the only money they have, but there's a phone? I don't know. I haven't even finished reading the story yet. um, is it a really nice phone? That she was like, I'm gonna keep it. That's kind of silly because most people are able to, do like that find my phone thing, or somebody would call it. I would never try to keep somebody's phone. I would, as much as I hate phone calls, I'd wait to see if it rings and I'd pick it up and be like, hey, I found this phone. I don't know whose it is, but it's here at this location. Come get it. As much as I hate phone calls. Poor person's last meal has been lost. Yes. Exactly. But saying she would keep it. The friend told her it was easy to find the owner, so she shouldn't just keep it. Then recognized it as my girlfriend's phone, and once again told her to return it. Yes, they argued about it. The friend took the phone. The thief got physically aggressive. Uh oh. At the end, the friend returned it to my girlfriend, who was unaware of the fight until later. If it's like $100 though, that you find outside of like, I think it was a Walmart, but like some people do grocery shopping and that could be their whole, grocery for the month. Just never know. If it's on a random sidewalk and like there's nowhere that you could even give it to, that somebody would be like, be able to figure out whose it was, then maybe. But when it's like outside of a Walmart, I just went and gave it to the customer service. Like, I don't know if it ever ended up back with who it belonged to. But yeah. Like, otherwise I'd have to just stand there and wait, watch every lane and see if somebody is like looking for their money and where'd my money go? They're like, I found it! But no, I wasn't gonna do that. Okay, onward. And now the thief is dissing on Instagram, complaining of being called a thief, that she had the right of keeping the phone since she found it, calling friend and my girlfriend nasty names, that my girlfriend is a dumb bee for getting drunk, so didn't deserve her phone back. Thief believes she deserves apologies. We are on, yeah, this is the Entitled People subreddit. You understand. My girlfriend and I are just laughing at it and happy she has her phone. While Thief is losing loose, that is loose, that's the word loosing. OP, that says loosing, not losing. Loosing her phone. Thief is loosing her mind. Was her mind tight before? She had to loose it up? People do this all the time with lose and loose, and I'm like, no, that's the wrong one. It's one of the most commonly misspelled. Loose, ooze, loose, lose. Loosing. Okay. I am a spelling police. Thief is losing her mind on social media just because I think it relevant based on comments. Thief is one of the friends of a friend in a public space. My girlfriend barely know her. I wonder if oh, that's English? Oh, yeah, my first language. You're laughing at some of you. We'll continue. Yeah, English isn't their first language. But I see a lot of people doing that even when English is their first language. So, but there was other things that kind of made me think that they might not be. Honestly, a lot of the times people who English isn't their first language, I see them writing better English than people who English is their native language. So, they're good though. I just have perfectionism issues, and I try to restrain myself from it though. But, is your first language mine? Mine is English, obviously. Was that not obvious? Or are you asking what OP's first language is? Thief is one of the friends of friends in a public space. My girlfriend barely know her, and I don't at all. They saw each other just a few times while different groups hang out at the same bar. The friend is one who really knows the thief. That being said, we don't need to cut anyone, which is nice. And I laughing at some of you correcting my misspelling because I don't write or speak perfectly on my own first language. I won't put extra effort to do that in this forsaken one that is English. That's fair. Oh my gosh. The rules with English, there's no rules. What was that? Where somebody was like gambling and they took all of somebody's money, so then the other person was trying to get them the money back, and they're like, oh, we make up these rules, and like, oh, you got a 2, that means you won, and like, and then the person played that same game with somebody else, And like, I guess they probably didn't shuffle the cards, and the other person kept getting the same exact cards that they'd gotten, and so they lost all their money again. I don't remember what that was from though. Let me know if you know, because I do not remember for the life of me. Oh, so that's what's going on. Um, it's just a lose and lose, not a thief, because finders keepers. Really? I mean, semantics or whatever. Thief isn't the right word, but that doesn't mean that it was okay. They knew it wasn't theirs, so is it still thief? Is it just to take something that's not yours? Maybe it is a thief. No one robber. They're not a robber. Is it? I don't know. Now I'm like, well, what is the exact definition of thief? My coworker once said that about my dab pen I left under the serving counter. I was like, what? There are only two of us on shift, and we literally stand next to each other behind the counter. Like, you wouldn't ask before you took a used thing I put on my lips. Oh, jeez. But you guys, just keep laughing. Literally everyone who reads her psycho rants will easily be able to tell she's the one in the wrong. Finders Keepers is for kindergartners 2 decades ago. She was borrowing it forever. Yeah, the fun part is she bragging about intending to keep it, like people will side with her, is another level of delusional for me. Yeah, I don't get these people. What the heck are you gonna do with a bricked phone that won't unlock? I mean, there's ways to do it. But exactly what I was wondering. Like, okay, turn it off. But I'll get home and lock it up before you can do anything, because of course first thing I'm going to do is see if I can track or brick it. Yeah. Apparently they can be parted out or sold to unsuspecting third parties that don't realize it's bricked. Not a high percentage move though. Yeah. She's like that greedy CEO, SMH. That greedy CEO doesn't exactly narrow it down, you know? There's a Polish CEO just very recently who yanked a signed baseball cap out of a kid's hand after a player directly gave it to the kid. The CEO then doubled down and said finders keepers. Except he took it when the kid already had the cap in his hand. What in the world is going on? You could have just... What did the baseball player refuse to give the CEO one? The CEO should have money and could have just been like, hey, I'll give you $1,000,000 and sign this baseball cap for me. What? The Polish hat stealing CEO disagrees. What? Okay. Nice to know about this. Just found a wallet in a bag, just hanging. I've just found a wallet in a bag hanging on your armrest. I'm not a thief, finders keepers. That's nothing. I recently found a 60-inch OLED at my friend's house. No idea why he was mad when I tried to carry it to the car. Get the cars out. So many. Kids forgot their cars outside of the grocery store. I'm getting some flatbed trucks to get them. I'm not a thief, finders keepers. Jeez. So there's a psychological thing where people assign ownership to something to themselves in their head when they steal it. Then they get emotional when it's taken back because they feel like they were stolen from, despite the reality of the situation. It's like I think unfortunately a lot of people are, kind of in the mindset of like, hey, I found this. Nobody's around to claim it. It's mine now. But that's not right. It shouldn't be the norm. But that's my opinion. I don't know. I hear a lot of people be like, telling people to admit that they would do the same. It's like, but I wouldn't. I only take from family. Only when I was younger, okay? Missing my surprise. If I don't give my partner's mom a key to our house, that I think you're okay not giving her a key. Oh, I like when I find like ones about autism or ADHD, so I have to read this one. AITA for refusing to watch my autistic friend's show recommendation. Yes, maybe. I don't know. I think it's. I've had people who like they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I'll check that out," and then I ask them if they checked it out, and like they haven't, and like I give them all the resources to be able to check it out. It's like if they just told me that they don't want to, I'd be fine with it. But it's like if you don't tell me that, then I'm like, but also like with recommendations, I'm more likely to be like, I think you'll like this. It's not that this is what I really like, but I also want you to watch it so that then you can tell me whether or not you liked it, and then I'll have a better understanding of your likes and dislikes. But I don't know. Let's read, shall we? I, 21 female, have an autistic best friend that I've known since we were in second grade. 21 male. I have ADHD. Now, is it a refusing to watch their show, or is it just a you got distracted and have not watched it because putting in the effort? So, when we were younger, we were like the only friend that the other had on account of our respective conditions, making us quite an acquired taste. That's interesting. Recently, I've graduated from college, while he is still in college. And I live at my own apartment while he still lives with his parents for free. Okay. Sometimes I worry that our maturity levels are just different now because I feel like his pettiness comes out at the weirdest times. When was this posted? 15 hours ago. What did he suggest you to watch? Was it K-pop Demon Hunters? Or is it something else? I have to ask. But I don't know. What is it? Is she even. Oh, the show is amazing. The Amazing Digital Circus. Since many wanted to know. What is it about? And we're gonna take a moment. Oh, it's an animated series. It does. It's animated and does look kind of kid based. But to be fair, I've watched things that look kid based, and you just never know. But again, I am a different flavor than OP, so I think it wouldn't hurt to watch an episode because it looks like it's a series, just to see. Just watch it one episode. That does not gonna. Are you super busy in your life? What do we go? No, because she's graduated from college, so okay. So I'm just come out different now because I feel like his pettiness comes out at the weirdest times. To be fair, some people, their interests are part of their identity, but that's also why I don't talk about the shows that I like because I don't want people to diss them because they are part of me, and I'm like, I'm gonna keep them safe. They're mine. You won't ever hear me talk about what I like. You'll just hear me talk about, oh, there's this C drama that I watched, and this one thing happened, and you'll never know which one it is because I will never tell you. Unless you're actually interested and want to watch it, and then I can give you like a 50 million recommendations, because. No, just 100. I have watched at least 100 C dramas. I know, because I went on mydramalist.com and was adding all of the ones that I've watched, and it ended up being over 100. It's been like 7, 8 years. I don't know how long it's been since I started watching them, though. But yeah. And then there's some that I've watched like probably 10 times. Sometimes I fall asleep and it'll play, so then I won't watch it. It'll be like 6 episodes later when I start watching it again because I was sleeping during. I let my foot fall asleep. Okay. So there's a somewhat popular show that he's obsessed with. He sends memes in the my leg's asleep. He sends memes in the friend group chat about it, talks about it nonstop, etc. Okay, it's his special interest. But also, I don't know where we're going. Without revealing, I'm not completely against OP. Just we'll get there. Without revealing the show, it's something I would never organically watch, which I told him politely when he recommended it to me. Okay, there we go. Yeah. I thought he would be like, okay, that's fine, but he got extremely offended and kept wheedling me to watch it. I still politely resisted. One day, while we were hanging out, I hovered over a YouTuber I really like, and when he asked, I admitted I was a huge fan. So he went out of his way to talk bad about the YouTuber and basically make fun of my tastes. When I called him out for his random malicious behavior, he admitted it's because I won't watch his show. I'm so confused. Why is he being such a petty person about this? Should I just watch the show even though I doubt I'd enjoy it? Or just confront him? AITA here. Edit. The show is The Amazing Digital Circus, since many wanted to know. Edit 2. Just want to say this is actually my first time ever posting to Reddit, and wow, I did not expect all the feedback, both overwhelmingly positive and overwhelmingly negative. I'll leave this post up, but I have reached a conclusion with my friend. We've agreed that he'll read some pages of a book I really love, and I'll give the first episode a try. There we go. That's what I said. Just sometimes, yeah, things look really childish, and you just never know until you watch the first episode. Give the first episode a try, and you just don't know. Because you can't always judge a book by its cover, although I do a lot of times when I go to the library. because sometimes you can tell if it's gonna be like smut-ish. Like, there's a man on the cover without a shirt on. It's like, this is gonna be a romance that is gonna have a lot of like sex scenes, and I'm like, I don't want that. I mean, hmm, maybe that's not. That might be better than when a book doesn't look like it would have anything like that in it, and then suddenly it sprouts, they spring it on you, and you're like, I'm reading in public, why do you do this to me? I don't want to read this while I'm next to my parents or something. Sometimes you can know when it's coming on, and sometimes you don't, but okay. I've reached a conclusion. He'll read some pages of a book I really love, and I'll give the first episode a try. No matter what the outcome, I was never going to abandon this friendship. Yeah, okay. Um, Also, he did apologize to me for previously brushing off my special interests and then hounding me to try his. And I apologized if it seemed like a personal attack for me not really wanting to give it a go. Keep arguing as you see fit, but in real life, the problem has been solved. Thank you all for the kind words, and even the harsh criticisms helped motivate to solve this with him. I don't know if I have anything to say then. It was all solved. But yeah, if it wasn't, maybe I should have paused and considered the story before continuing to read it there. But I'm glad it worked out nice. It's like, if I had stopped it after he talked bad about the YouTuber, I would have been like, but I didn't say anything bad about your thing. I just didn't want to. Just don't think that I would like it. It doesn't mean I would talk badly about it to you. But I also get, sometimes special interests especially end up being a strong part of people's identity. This is me. Who am I if not for this? I am just an empty body. I am the things that I like. That's what some of us are. But yeah, I don't know if I have anything to say other than yay! She'll give the first episode a try. I don't know that she'll like it either, but K-drama? What about K-drama? I've watched a few of them. I prefer the C-dramas because they have the shansha genre. If you watch K-dramas, then you'd have to have watched Alchemy of Souls, which kind of is. I wonder, is it considered a shanja? It might be more like shanja adjacent. I don't know how to say shanja right because I don't know the right tones for it. I'd have to hear somebody, a native speaker, say it, and then I might be able to say it right. But yeah. Oh, when I switch to this, I don't actually have chat on screen. Do I want to add that? I could. Oh, you can't see that at all because it's so dark. That might be. I'll just set it there. I just like that you guys will be able to see it. Kind of. Until I get a setup for my solo camera. This is what we get the black blends in. The knot at the very top, you can see it right here. Yeah, down here for the more recent messages. The thing is, I don't think I can change the color without making it so that when I go back here, it would change this color. I don't really know, but I think so. Food did you eat that gave you really bad what? Vegan knowledge? Cookie cutter. This is my boyfriend Sora, and this is Sora's boyfriend Riku. It just popped up. I had to show you guys. The sad part is, this isn't accurate, is what the title says. Ooh. I don't know if I want to read this, but it's terrible. Do you guys want some outrage? We've got some miscarriage stuff going on here. But my coworker is spreading rumors that my pregnancy was faked. I had a miscarriage. Work nightmares. My coworker is spreading rumors that my pregnancy was faked. I had a miscarriage. Hello, I need help. First time on Reddit. I'm asking for advice or an outside perspective on my situation because I'm still feeling a little stressed and confused. I feel for you, OP. My heart goes out to you. But I would appreciate any help. I work in an office in the countryside just outside a big city. It's a good small company where the owners are pretty hands-on and we still interact with them often compared to most other companies. I enjoy it most of the time as I very much like the team I'm with and everyone pretty much gets along. And many of us already knew one another from before joining the company. So the person I'm concerned about so the person that I'm concerned about is a friend, or at least to me. To start from the beginning and to add a bit of context, I, 26 female, was pregnant. I had a miscarriage, or a stillbirth as it's classified, as I was far along in the pregnancy. The person, Nathan, 38 male, fake name, is a coworker of mine, and we normally get along great. He and others had supported me when I was dealing with the breakup of my ex-baby daddy. They all knew him longer than they knew me. But it was kind of them to help me out and tell me that I was wasting my time with him. So Nathan definitely knew I was pregnant. The staff was great in helping me out and was willing to lend an ear when I wanted to vent or complain about either the baby or my baby daddy. Nathan and his wife have been trying for a baby. Interesting. Okay. It's more difficult for them as they have been to doctor's appointments, long schedules, and expensive treatments. I wonder how old his wife is. If he's 38, you no idea how old his wife could be. But if they're trying, if she's older, could explain why it's more difficult. But you don't even need to be older for it to be difficult. Long schedules and expensive treatments. We all knew about it and support it. I hope it all goes well, as they deserve to have a family, and I know they'll make great parents. Will they, if he's doing this, though? I don't know. Let's see where it goes. While I was at work, I felt off. Something different feels good. But I put it down to just the awkward development. It does feel good? I don't know. Put down to the awkward development of the baby growing. Then I went to the bathroom and noticed blood flowing down my legs. It was a lot. I instantly called a cab and called up the hospital to let them know what was wrong and that I was coming as soon as possible. I cleaned up most of the blood, and then one of my colleagues, Lucy, came in and saw that I was in distress. She helped me clean up a bit and offered me her pads. She calmed me down as I started to panic a bit. Understandably. It's heartbreaking. I tried my hardest not to think of the worst, but her being there was a great help. I had already messaged my manager that I have to leave immediately and that I'm going to the hospital. Then Nathan came on the scene of me not trying to lose it and Lucy comforting me. He said that he'll deal with everything as I have to leave. Yeah, 'cause, I wonder if I don't know if his wife has gotten that far along, but if they've had problems, whether or not she's gone through. Um, so I felt bad for leaving the team, but Nathan could easily manage it. Oh, that's what he's gonna manage, not, I thought, the bloody mess, but still. Yeah. No, get out of there. Go, 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 go. What's going on? And he'll make sure our manager gets the message. Lucy helped me to the cab when it arrived, and I was on my way to the hospital. As you know, the baby did not make it. The doctor said that there was nothing they could do, and it just happens sometimes, without any reason. That there was nothing I could have done differently, but I still blamed myself. As is normal, but it's not your fault. I was distraught and didn't want to stay in the hospital any longer, so I left without being discharged. Not smart, I know that now, but at the time I wasn't thinking and just needed to get out of there because my emotions and mind would start to eat at themselves. I went home and hid in my room. I called up the hospital the next day to tell them that I was the stupid idiot who ran away from the hospital, and they told me that we can have an appointment on a later date. Oh, to remove the stillborn. As it wasn't in immediate action to be removed on the same day. I see. Ouch. My manager, Nathan and Lucy, had messaged me asking if I was okay. I don't think I could answer at the time. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to wake up. I messaged them back afterwards. after I had managed to get up, as my body finally needed to eat and relieve itself. I told my manager what happened, and he said that I wouldn't need to worry about coming back into work, just rest for the removal surgery. A week later is the problem I'm trying to figure out. I'm still on medical leave till I get a fit note from the doctor saying that I would be free to go back to work, as I had the surgery to remove sadness. One of my colleagues, who I won't name as they've been promised to be kept a secret, want to use a fake name for them? He said if it was a fake name for Nathan, had told me that Nathan had been spreading rumors about my pregnancy. He's been telling people at work that my pregnancy wasn't real. I was shocked and confused and shocked and really confused. Because why would he say that? Ooh, P. I just see all the caps at the bottom. Devil's advocate. Because we know his wife and him have been having problems. Whether or not his wife's had any miscarriages. If he's saying that just so that people don't ask. If he thinks that that would make it better so that he doesn't have people giving her sympathy. But even then people would just be like giving her other, like, weird looks. I don't know. But there's also problems of sometimes people accusing things like this. People would be like, oh, she got an abortion. You can't legally get an abortion that far along, like, unless there is serious complications. He's worried that people will, like, think that, and that people will start to judge her, and that they'd judge her less if it was a fake. I don't know. I want to keep reading. When was this posted? 6 hours ago. He's been, Then I became angry. I was furious and hurt because how dare he say what I went through wasn't real? I have great evidence that everything was real. The positive pregnancy tests, the embarrassment of peeing my pants at work, which he knew about. I don't think he is... think he knows you weren't. I don't know why he's trying to tell other people that that's the case. And I don't know why I want to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's... you know... he thinks it'll be helpful, but... that might not be the case. But I have no idea. Like, there's no way that he could actually think that it was fake, right? But he's gotta have a reason for why he's telling other people that. Maybe just to keep people from asking questions, because it's a hard thing to talk about. That's where you just say, hey, don't ask her about it. I don't know. Embarrassment of peeing my pants at work, which he knew about. The baby's first kicks, as I had shown him the videos. The blood that came out of me that day, the fear, the stitches from where they cut me open, and the ashes that I had to collect from the hospital of my baby. Whose ashes do I effing have then? Nah, they definitely cut something out of me. When the saying that you get so mad that you'll pop a blood vessel became real to me. I was hurt and overcome with strong emotions that I actually made myself pass out because apparently I didn't give myself enough oxygen while running on high emotions. Apparently, the one who told me said that they know the pregnancy was real. Many of my colleagues, even from other offices, had seen me fat with child. 2 or 3 had even seen my bandaged up stitches. However, I was told that... Oh, wait, what? So he really doesn't? What? However, I was told that Nathan was actually really angry at me because he truly believed I wasn't pregnant. Strange. Very strange. I was numb again, but couldn't stop thinking about it. I tried to get over it. Yeah, I guess everything that I said is not. Because he actually doesn't think that you... So he's saying this full-heartedly believing it. Why do I want to always give people the benefit of the doubt? I'm just a kind-hearted person, okay? I want to believe in the best in people. Why do people have to ruin that for me? I just want to believe in the best in people. Okay. He truly believed I wasn't pregnant. I was numb again, but couldn't stop thinking about it. I tried to get over the feeling of betrayal, to try and figure out his sudden change. I know him. He's not bad, and he wouldn't start rumors. He might be vindictive enough if someone deserved it, but he himself wouldn't lie. Nathan hates liars and can't stand being lied to. I know he and his wife have been trying for a baby. With that, I can definitely understand him being angry at someone who would fake a pregnancy. So if he's angry and not just being a piss pot, he would genuinely believe that I wasn't pregnant. Here's the thing. Right now, it sounds like OP has not directly communicated with Nathan. All this is coming secondhand, but it sounds like she's heard it from enough other people. But still, probably about time to confront him. Like, why are you telling people this? Do you think that? Because that's not right. Not much had happened, but they impacted me enough that every time I tried to get out of this mental dark tunnel, it just keeps getting longer and darker, and I don't know what direction to take anymore. I had messaged the baby's father that I was going to drop off the ashes. Not the entire urn, but I had gotten 2 elegant urn necklaces that matched our own style and had engravings on the name of the baby and death date, both of which had signed Love, Mom, and Dad. I realized only after that I got to his place that he had blocked me and had gone out clubbing just as I was arriving at his. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. So I forgot that she'd said that they were all closer to her, the baby daddy, than to her. So is he the one who told Nathan these lies? He has her blocked. He could be. She lied about it. She was just trying to get me back. I don't know. I had to give it to his parents and say goodbye to them. My friends finally got me out of the house, so we were out as well. It was a good night until, of course, the last bar we all decided to go to was where we bumped into each other. It had almost made me sober up. His reaction was as if I was the devil, and I wanted to throw up, as he couldn't look at me. Now, is this a... After he knows that she lost the child, that it's easier for him to rationalize that she faked it? Because otherwise it means that he had a child that is gone now, and that is hard to accept. I'm always trying to rationalize. That reaction hurt me. We had broken up. And then I realized I was pregnant. At first, I was determined to keep it and do my best to raise it, till reality hit me that I wouldn't be able to give the baby the life it needed, and that I was alone, as I couldn't tell my family. He had tried to convince me to keep it, as he wants the baby. I told him one of my concerns was that the baby was weak, so there's a very high chance of it just without me knowing until my next appointment at any time. That, and I was scared that he would just leave me to rot on my own afterwards. He promised that he wouldn't, and here we are. The next day was the day I was told about Nathan and what he's been doing. I was already questioning not going back to work at all and just disappearing, but I knew I had to work. Now it just adds to that feeling, but a weird determination to not quit, as I feel like it's running away from the rumors. On one hand, they're rumors, so it wouldn't do anything, as I know the truth. It's the fact that it's coming from someone that I thought was a friend. It's a long vent. I'm sorry. I feel like I need to get what I know out to try and see all the pieces clearly, even the ones that probably don't mean anything, but it feels nicer to get it off my chest. I would like advice on how to move from here, even if it's a slap in the face to get my shit together. I'll appreciate it. I don't know. I don't know. They weren't taken away in an ambulance, were they? They took a taxi or whatever to the hospital. Mm-mm. I still think it might be more on the ex's side. The ex is telling them. I don't know. Well, the responses are very long. I mean, Nathan should be fired. I don't. Yeah. I don't have enough comments, really. Anyways, yeah, I think it might be her ex. Because she did say that it sounded like everyone that she works with was friends with her ex before they knew her. Something like that. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Others support me when breaking even longer than me. I was wasting my time with him. Yeah, yeah, I think so. It's very unfortunate. Yeah. I think other people have covered what to do. Go talk to the manager and speak to your boss, HR. This really. The coworkers who told you that Nathan had been spreading rumors to HR. Other people think he's jealous. It could be. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. We're just gonna move on because that is, you know, you're getting hungry. Mm, to invite one girl out of my daughter's friends to her birthday slash sleepover? Getting hungry listening to all these stories? I'm in a subreddit called Ugly Ducklings, where it's like before and after pictures of, like, you know, this one is this person who's got his teeth taken care of. I'm like, hey, I got my teeth taken care of too. His looked like, I don't know, like that was something. Like, uh, don't know how they got to be that way in the first place with the way they looked. I don't want to show you guys because these are just. Mm. But yeah, I got my teeth taken care of. I have a smile that shows. Like before, it's like I could do this and you wouldn't even see my teeth. Almost, pretty much. I think they really made them longer. Um, what? Am I overreacting for wanting to see a therapist after wife changed the locks because I went to a baby shower? Update. But what is is this Oh, is this. Do I want to go to this one after that last one? Oh well. Um, am I overreacting for wanting to see a therapist after wife changed the locks because I went to a baby shower? Are we busy on the 24th? Something I forgot? Question mark. I don't think so. Why? Baby shower? They said you RSVP'd we couldn't make it. Oh yeah, I don't want to go, not feeling up to baby things. I understand it stings. I'd like to go, support my sister for her first baby. I can go on our behalf. It'd hurt my feelings if you went without me though. She has everything and everyone she needs. I need you. Let's talk when I get home. I've been thinking about it and I still don't think it's fair for you to go. I'm still grieving, even if you're not. Going to this is like twisting the knife. You're twisting the knife. Is this another miscarriage? It seems like it, doesn't it? Ah. um, I'm sorry, Dovely. I'm still torn up too. I can't wait to raise kids with you, but we've both always wanted to be an aunt and uncle, and now we get to be. I want to share a little joy while things are tough. You're literally choosing another pregnant woman over me. You can't understand how hurtful that is. My sister. Let's table this until I get home, or maybe after therapy tomorrow. Love you. Would it help to start trying again? I feel like not trying isn't. We were both happier when we were. No. Oh my gosh. What? Like, I'm trying to analyze it, but I don't have enough info yet, and I'm trying to jump the gun. What kind of man can't stay by his woman's side when her world is crashing down? It's making me sick. You're off celebrating when I'm the lowest I've ever been. This is like emotional cheating almost. You're going to have to make up for this betrayal for a while because I am hurting thanks to you. I'm just wanting to chime in with thoughts already because I'm assuming that if she lost the pregnancy, then it's like, but it's his sister. But at the same time, I don't know. Everybody sucks here? So far? Oh my gosh. Like, I don't know. How long ago did. Then again, time it doesn't matter. Some people take longer to grieve than others, and if she's grieving and he's not being there with her, that's a bit. I feel like maybe he shouldn't go if it's that. I don't know though, because he should have at this point talked to his sister and said, hey, it should have still put up a united front, I think, if she said that she's not okay with him going alone. I might not agree with her, not letting him go to his sister's baby shower, but I also still think he should have put up a united front. There's so many factors that I don't have yet. From the text message, I'm like, should I have read the full post before reading the text messages? I don't know. But we're gonna keep reading the text messages and then switch to whatever he put below. Dovely, I love you. I know you want our family to grow. I do too. And I understand the heartbreak. It's kind of hurting my heart to be here too. But I'm also having some gladness, which we haven't gotten to have for a bit. This is partly for me, but also for my sister and our future nephew. Remember, we want to be his favorite aunt and uncle. I don't know if you should have put the emoji. Eh, eh, eh. Because she is way down in her feels. And that's gonna. We need to talk about this more in therapy. Can't keep brushing it off. Grief is supposed to change over time, and I don't think it's changing for you after months. Probably won't change until you give me a baby. But then he asked if she wants to start trying again, and she said no. Okay, call you on the way home. Get yourself some curry DD credit. Ring, ring, headed back. Are you at your mom's? Yes, we're at dinner. Pick up now. I need to know why I'm locked out. Head home, or I'm kicking in the back door. Sorry for the sounds. That's what happens. I already told you you betrayed me. You don't get to just come home willy-nippy like nothing happened. Your bag is already packed. Go stay at a hotel for the night or something. Yeah, just go stay at a hotel for the night, buddy. Let her calm down. What the F? I love you, but what the F? Come home now. And you're going to the damn doctor tomorrow? Like, I don't like where that. Let me try and see from his shoes. Getting home. The door is locked. This is your house. This is where you live. You're locked out. The anger is kind of a bit understandable. Oh, is there not any miscarriage? I don't know. Wife and I are both 30. Tried to have our first baby for 4 failed cycles. And decided to take a break for a few cycles because we were taking it pretty hard. Okay, so no miscarriage or anything. Uh, It's been 3 months since we tried. Meanwhile, my little sister is pregnant with her first baby, which I'm very excited for. Yeah, that's gotta hurt. I wonder how old his sister is. I don't know if it makes any difference, but man, being 34 and seeing people younger than me pregnant, sometimes when I see like 18-year-olds pregnant, but I don't think his sister would be 18. But it's just like, I might never have children. And then I flip it, and I'm like, I don't know that I want children because there's never any break from them, right? And I very much like my alone time. I am a very solitary creature. Anyways, let's keep reading. Which I'm very excited for. My wife was too at first. First slides me asking why she RSVP'd no to the baby shower. 2 hours away. Okay. Without talking to me first. After talking that night, she said I could go to the shower and seemed supportive. said she was just in her feels. She is. She's totally in her feels. You can totally see it all the way there. Totally get it. I think at 30s also when I kind of hit a peak and like all my siblings posting pictures of their kids and I had to like mute the family group chat because I'm like it's just too hard for me. I think I'd even told my sister-in-law kind of that like I don't want to be bitter and be like so it's just easier for me to pull away instead of being like why do you guys have to post pictures of your kids all the time? Make me jealous and upset. I don't like that side of me. I didn't want to be that feeling that way, but it was how I was feeling. It can be very hard as a woman when you want children and you don't have any, or you think you want them, and then you realize maybe it wouldn't be a great idea. I still don't know. I still don't. Like maybe now I'm like if I'd want to be a single mom. 'Cause realizing I might be like Aero Ace or whatever, and having a life partner, and I'm like, I don't know. But then if I had a life partner, at least there'd be somebody else for be like, kids, go hang out with them. Leave me alone. I don't know. I don't think it's for me. I don't know. I always thought I wanted children for up until first 30 years of my life. I always thought I wanted children, and then I'm like, start thinking about how it would actually be, and maybe I don't want that life. I love the thought, the idea of having a child, but then also I would just want them to forever stay infant-sized. Maybe I should just go work with infants. Infant daycare. Okay. Second slide is the week of the shower. We had therapy the next day, after which my wife was once again supportive of me going. Other than saying she'd miss me, I went up a day early to spend more time with family. Up a day. Okay, so nothing seemed off. Third slide was a bomb drop what I got at the shower. Okay, so this was at the shower. Fourth slide, I still don't know what that all happened, but she changed the locks to our house. We had a big argument when she came back to let me in, and she insisted this was worse than me cheating on her. What? 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 No, I think it would be worse if he cheated on you and got somebody else pregnant. How bad would that feel? He is not the father to his sister's child. That would hurt, though. To be cheated on and that he got the other person pregnant. It's been almost a week since then. We've been to therapy again. She saw her doctor. Neither of them seemed too concerned, because she was acting normal now, and even wants to TTC again. Do I know what that means? TTC. I'm not sure. Is that a... Mm, does it seem like it'd be like a hormone thing? I have no idea. Ah, nope. I can't just move on. What is TTC? Oh, just means trying to conceive. Okay. I told her I scheduled a first session with my own therapist because I'm hurt and I don't want to talk to her, much less try for a baby until I work through this myself. She said I'm overreacting because she made it right immediately, came home and let me in the house, and hasn't brought up how she feels about the shower since that night, except for in therapy. AIO. I'm just. I totally get being in your feels, but that was like calculated. She had to go to the store, buy a new, you know, lock for the door, take the old one off, put the new one on. Nowhere in that moment did she, you know, calm down a bit and be like, wait, what am I doing? Then again, I guess once you get into the action, sometimes you're like, well, I've already started, I might as well stick to it. I don't know. Hmm. Anyways, there was an update, right? First, I'll answer a few frequently asked questions from the first post. 1. She does have a diagnosis of panic disorder, hence why she's in therapy and has a psychiatrist, but she hasn't had a panic attack in quite some time. 2. No, we did not show her therapist the texts yet. I joined her therapy appointment for the first 15 to 20 minutes, and they're only 45-minute sessions, so not much time to cover everything. Her therapist, per my wife, said she was in the wrong, but she didn't think there was anything emergent because she came home and fixed the problem right away. Okay, the update. Knowing my wife, she doesn't always hear how she comes off. Okay, so I started by sitting her down and reading our text conversations out loud to her. Then let her sit with it for a bit. After 5 minutes of silence, she started crying and said she was a monster, didn't recognize herself. Is there something else going on? What else? How unhappy is she in her life? Okay. Oh, that next line. Uh, the next paragraph. I asked her why that might be, and she offered some concerns that I think are genuine. 1. She works in an office and said 4 of her coworkers are pregnant. 2 have started maternity leave. Ooh, ooh, oh, so much stress. And for the last couple of weeks, she's been covering a lot for both of them. So she's been very stressed. Understandable. I knew she'd been working longer hours, but I didn't know how much it was stressing her out. She's like, my turn. I want to make them have to cover my shifts. Okay. 2. Her parents are extremely pushy about her having kids. They've made comments to us before, which I kind of wrote off as normal, excited first time grandparents to be, but she showed me texts from both of them in their family group chat. In the last few months, they have been sending her quite a few articles about fertility, parenting, etc. If fertility could be helpful. Now, I need to pause for a moment and be like, is this one of those situations where does she actually want kids, or does she feel like she's supposed to want kids, and with her parents being pushy about them? Or that might have been just been because she told them that they were trying, and it's the trying has not gotten them anywhere. I don't know. I always think it's weird to tell people that you're trying. When I was in like 5th or 6th grade, my teacher told us that he was trying with his wife, and it meant it didn't register to me anything about it at the moment, but it's kind of like, oh, exciting, they might have a kid. But it's like thinking about it later, it's like, that's just weird to be telling your students, oh, we're gonna start getting down without using any protection. Why are you telling a bunch of 5th and 6th graders this? When I was in school, 6th grade was still in the elementary, if that. And I had the same teacher for 5th and 6th grade. So, I don't remember which year it was. Um, but yeah, it's how they stress relief. Telling people that we're trying. Um, are you actually trying, or are you just teasing us? So she must have told them that they were trying. I don't think I would ever tell my parents that, oh, I'm trying for a kid. Because I would fall into the not trying, but like getting off birth control and then being like, if it happens, it happens. To be specifically trying. I don't know. I guess trying. I don't think I would tell anyone that it was trying. But I could see trying, watching ovulation dates, especially getting to be my age. I would have to be more vigilant about all the fertility stuff. I'm old! um, but yeah, are you choosing which hurt her? She shared this with her therapist several sessions ago, but never mentioned it to me. 3. She said she's afraid she's projecting her parents' frustration with her onto me and subconsciously felt like I'll leave her if we don't have kids soon. So she might have been lashing out to push me away before I could push her away. Ooh. Ever feel like you've done that? I think I've done that. Push people away before they could push. Before they leave or push people away so that it didn't hurt as much when they left. Okay, we agreed to take a few months off of trying. 1, so her work stress can eventually decrease, and 2, so we, as a team, can set up some boundaries with her parents. I mean, how old is my sister? Oh, she's 6 years older than me? Is she turning 40? Then I don't know. But she had a kid last year. So age is I don't know. That's our 4th kid. So I don't know. This is always just interesting things. What is Zemtric? First. I'll read it all later. shared something in the Discord. Also, I have a Discord, if anybody didn't know. It's there. You can find it. I have faith in you. Um, we've agreed to take a few months off of trying. 1, so her work stress can eventually decrease. And 2, so we, as a team, can set some boundaries with her parents. My wife has agreed she's not going to give them trying updates, and we will just tell them whenever we're ready to announce a pregnancy someday. Yeah. I asked her if she realized she went psycho, and she said yes, she broke, and doesn't even remember making some of the decisions she's made. But she's very remorseful, and I believe her. I'm booking with my own therapist, and she is going to continue with hers. Eventually, we may add a couples therapist, but time and money aren't unlimited. She did resume working on the baby blanket she started for our incoming nephew, which she hasn't touched in months. I've kind of left her alone, and noticed she cries every so often. I'll give her a hug when I notice. She cooked dinner for the first time in a while. We've been so busy, we've been surviving on frozen meals and DoorDash. This update will probably disappoint those who wanted us to divorce immediately, but it is what it is. The dust is still settling, but I feel like some mending is occurring. Here's the thing. I listen to YouTubers who, read Reddit stories, and they'll read all the dramatic ones, and they're like divorce, divorce. Although, did I do that with the one? I did do that with the one. But it's like ones like this, I don't find myself immediately jumping to divorce. Why am I? And I don't know. I don't know if that's people like that more. I'm like, when they're reading stories like this, if they're saying divorce, I'll probably be like, yeah, agreeing with them. But then I read it on my own. I'm like, that's not always true. Maybe they just find the stories that are divorce worthy more. And that's why. Anyways, I don't know. But yeah, it's hard. It's hard. I feel for the wife. Um, I think they need to, sit down and talk about what their plans are. Do they want to, if trying naturally doesn't yield results, at what point do they want to, and it doesn't yield results by a certain point? What are they going to do then? Are they going to try in vitro IVF? If that doesn't work, do they have other plans for adoption? Have they made any of these plans? You know, having steps on if this doesn't work. Plan B. What then? They should get all that figured out. But would they consider adoption if nothing worked? Are they going to leave each other if it doesn't work? At what point should they go to a fertility? They probably should do that even now. I mean, they're 30. It doesn't hurt to go check fertility stuff. If they've already were trying without any, I don't know, did they not go to a fertility thing? Ugh. Take turn cooking? What? um, into OP's comments and stuff. What? I'll ask if we can borrow their bed, since it gave them 6 children. Then they can hear the progress. I'm guessing that's about his wife's parents, or ask if they can use their bed. This- okay. Oh, we're into another kid type thing, but r/slash babysitting. But it starts with AITA. AITA for giving the kid I babysit for dinner when the parent said no. Giving them dinner. So I'm at a crossroads. On one end, I couldn't watch the kid go hungry, but on the other end, I don't know if I did the right thing. Basically, I'm 16 female, and I've been babysitting for one family semi-regularly for over a year now. They have 3 kids, 5 female, 3 male, 2 male. So I'm babysitting them tonight, and the parents made them dinner. The parents have always been kind of strict with food. For example, they can only have what they've made for dinner 2 days ago. Only have what they've made for dinner, and if the kids don't like it, they go to bed hungry. Mm. Also, they can't ask for seconds for dinner. They can only have one snack throughout the day, and so on. Well, the 5-year-old didn't want to have what they made and was crying for something else when both parents started to yell at her, telling her she can either have what they made or go to bed hungry. When the parents left, I felt so bad watching the other kids eating and the 5-year-old sitting there with tears running down her face and nothing to eat. I ended up making her a cheese quesadilla to eat, something I have made her many times for lunch before. Now I feel like maybe I crossed a line by doing this, but part of me thinks what I did wasn't the worst thing in the world either. I just need outside opinions on this, thanks. I'm sorry, what year are we in? Like, do people still do this? You don't eat that, you don't get anything for dinner, and you're gonna go to bed hungry. I, I don't know. People really still do that? It's. I don't know. All I can relate is my cat. And, like, I keep giving him food, and he is not eating any of it. And eventually I have to be like, well, that's all there is. Sorry. But it's like, it's not. We still will give him some other choices. And if he doesn't like it, he goes and eats the dry food. So, it's not actually starving him. But, it's like, he. I don't have kids, and I know they get picky. I'm just like, well, eat it anyway. Eat it anyway. Just do it. But they started yelling at them. Like, I don't like that. Um, I don't know. Is there any? I mean, I guess if you have food for the kids, you're not actually starving them. They're the ones choosing not to eat. But I don't know. It's kind of feels dehumanizing. It's like, yeah, eventually maybe they'll learn not to be a picky eater when they get older, but I'd say, yeah, yeah. I think OP is fine for giving them a quesadilla. You know what? Oh, but then again, this babysitter and getting paid for it, so that could be. I don't know. You, you gotta realize that her or the other kids, well, three male, two male, they might tell. Um, so you might get in trouble and lose the gig, but I don't know. I'm glad that they posted here. I'm about to read some comments, but it says it's locked post. No new comments cannot be posted. So I'm like, what happened that they had to lock the post? But yeah, I think OP was fine for giving the kid a freaking quesadilla. Like, I've got, how old are my nieces and nephews? How many do I have now? Six? Two from one sibling, four from another. My brother has two daughters. So one is 11. The other one. How old is she? 4? 3? I don't know. I forget. And then on the other side, I've got the nephew who's 9. Niece who's probably like 7. Another nephew who is 4. And then the niece who is almost gonna be a year soon. When was she? In October. She will be a year. So, this is my experience. It's like, there's times where, oh my gosh, they spent the night the other day, and in the morning, my nephew, the 9-year-old, got my dad to take him to get donuts. And then I guess first he'd ask my mom, and then I don't remember who he asked first. But he asked one of them, and that they said to go ask the other person, and then he went to ask the other person, and they said to ask the other person. So, but none of them asked his mom, my sister. It's my parents asking telling him to ask each other. But then I guess my mom told my sister about it later, and she was like, "Oh, I guess he finally got his donuts." She was saying something about maybe after school starts or something. There was something I don't remember, but then Mimi, it's what my nieces and nephews call my mom. They're Mimi. It's not grandma, it's Mimi. I always think that's weird. But I guess it's not uncommon. I don't know. Um, she told them that, or she told my nephew that he got Papa, his grandpa, my dad, in trouble with his mom, or with my sister, for getting him donuts. But which it wasn't true. It was a joke. But It wasn't really that big of a deal. And I think even if my dad knew that he wasn't necessarily supposed to have the donuts, my parents might have done it anyway. But that's grandparents for you, isn't it? Um, yeah. I mean, at most, it's the thing is that it's always what they've made for dinner. They can go, and if the kids don't like it, it's not asking the kids like, "Hey, what do you want?" and then making what the kids want. And if the kids then don't eat that, then letting them go to bed hungry. I could get that. Even then, it's like they still didn't want it. Something, it was not what they actually, different brand, different taste or something. So, if the kids, you gotta have some easy, ready to eat snacks. Just say you don't want a kid going to bed hungry. Like, that is not good for development. Because are they. Well, no, if they think if they had money issues that they wouldn't even be hiring a babysitter. And then again, maybe that's. I don't know. Because, like, both my parents grew up poor. I did not. But I could see that being what happened to them when they were kids. That it was like, you eat what we got or you go to bed hungry. But that was literally like, we just don't have anything else. It's unfortunate, but being poor, we just don't have other food choices. But I'm not sure that that's what's going on here. Thread. Oh, thread has run its course. Thanks for your petition. Oh, okay. To those unhappy with the rules of the sub, no one is forcing you to participate here, and most of you that expressed your disagreement with the rules are in fact guests, lest due to this board, we will not be a place for babysitters slash nannies to be told that child abuse slash mistreatment slash neglect is acceptable. The job of a child care provider is to provide care to the child. Care means feeding a hungry child something they will eat so their body obtains the calories it needs to function. The body does actually go into metabolic stress from missing a meal. Like, my thing is, like, if a parent is making food for a kid, even though it's food the kid will not eat, can you call CPS for that? Because it's not like they're denying their needs because they offered food and they chose not to eat it. And I just don't know where the ruling lies on that. Because part of me is like, I would call CPS. I probably wouldn't. I am too big of a avoiding conflict and all of that. I don't know if I would call CPS over this. I would feel really bad about it. But oh. Even religions that require fasting, like Judaism, or Islam, do not mandate fasting for children for this reason. Children are allowed to have likes and dislikes. And fun fact, you don't actually have to make food a battle with children, or worse, need to win that battle. Feed them something they will eat. It doesn't have to be unhealthy, but sending a hungry child to bed without offering something like a cheese stick, apple, or a PB&J is not right. If they have to eat what you prepared, then your ego about your cooking is getting placed above meeting your child's basic needs. Ooh, We stand up for kids here. Sending a child to bed without sufficient calories is abuse. Ah, my throat. I needed to. Well, I just wanted to finish my root beer float, but I needed. I probably should drink some water. That's probably what I need. Okay. NTA, when I was a teenager, I babysat a family friend's foster kids. She only let the foster kids have very basic snacks and not the good stuff, as she called it. Kept them hidden in a special drawer, which she showed me because I was allowed to have them. I gave those kids the good snacks every effing time. They knew not to tell Diane. They weren't going to snitch and give up getting snacks from the one person who was nice to them. The thing is, just that only the one kid got the quesadilla and not the other ones. But the other ones, so it's whether or not the other ones would end up telling on that kid. But, yeah. You're doing that child a kindness. I get not being a short order cook, but my kids always had one basic alternative for dinner, often PB&J. My award to you for being so kind to those kids who obviously already been through too much. Yeah, the freaking foster kids. Like, jeez. And you're like, oh, we have this, but they don't get it. It's terrible. Mm-mm-mm. I've often dealt with this as a foster child. My siblings and I were in an emergency foster placement right after Thanksgiving. The family ordered pizza or takeout the whole week we were there, while we spent every night eating their holiday leftovers. Joke's on them, though. Thanksgiving has all my favorite dishes. That's interesting. Did the family not like Thanksgiving leftovers? Are there people who don't like Thanksgiving leftovers? What? What? Yeah, I'm like, if anything, my mom. I'm living with my parents, so it's like we always host Thanksgiving, and sometimes she'll be like offering the leftovers to my siblings. I'm like, no, it's ours. I try not to be selfish. I try. I'm a selfish person. I'm selfish. I want all the Thanksgiving leftovers all for myself. None for my siblings. None of them. It's not gonna fly. My parents aren't gonna not offer my siblings leftovers. Oh, what was it one time where I was like, no, those are mine. And I think one of my siblings was a little like, okay. Some of it is, it's really like, with giving leftovers, it's like, if it's stuff that you're not gonna eat, or not gonna be able to get through it before it goes bad, that's not the reason for giving leftovers. It's a kindness and sharing and all of that. And I don't remember what. I think it was something about like lunch meat or something. But I just want the ham lunch meat, guys. My mom's always buying turkey, and I have to go buy the ham myself. Although last time my dad did buy ham, but he bought the black forest instead of the honey ham, and I was like, ah. Okay. Yeah, I would take Thanksgiving leftovers over pizza any day. Same. Mm-mm-mm. My parents had foster children before we were born and occasionally still took emergency placements. The visiting kids got first pick and the best when possible because, like, yeah, they've been through some shit. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that wasn't the case for so many foster kids. Yeah. Uh, what's going on? My mom very briefly took in a little boy as an emergency foster. I'm amazed they let her do this. It wasn't through the courts. The police just decided it made the most sense. A neighbor tried to end herself and ended up calling my mom after she had taken a bunch of pills. She had a little boy. She got put in a psych ward. The police got hold of my parents, but they couldn't come get the kid for a few weeks. Oh, the neighbor's parents. So my mom asked if he could stay with us. Okay. Why did she call OP's not this poster's mom? I don't know. Um so my mom asked if he could stay with us and the cops agreed. It was the Saturday before Easter, and this little kid is sitting in our living room and comments that he wouldn't get anything from the Easter Bunny because he wouldn't know how to find him. We told him that we would leave a note. We were very poor. Everyone in my neighborhood was. But person after person came to our apartment to contribute to an Easter basket for him. One woman was so poor she could only afford a bag of jelly beans for her 3 kids. She split that bag 4 ways. Vulnerable children need extra love. They need extra attention and to be shown that they are special because they are. Okay, let's move on before I just start completely crying. I get a little bit tears in my eyes. Things like that. I'm gonna try to steal the camps. Why do people choose to have children? R/no stupid questions. Why do people choose to have children if it's so much hard work? Well, sometimes they don't choose to. R/petty revenge, be horrible, entitled, doing a breakup, enjoy paying for it. Okay. Ooh, r/cozygames. Which design do you like the most? All of them. Why do they need to pick one? I want to show you guys. See, why do they need to just pick one? Have all the variants. Do I like E just because it is completely different than all the rest? I don't know. What one do I like most? Maybe. Yeah, let's go to the F. Farming game, Echoes of Yokai, working on those forest spirits. I guess sometimes it's easier to just have one design. Currently, the sprites are not 100% done, but I think for now it's totally. Oh, tell me your favorite. A, D, and F. They would prefer A. However, if you are willing to either make categories or evolutions, I would make it go from A to F to D as evolution for a spirit that becomes more and more connected with the forest. Or if you'd rather make categories for more human, familiar spirits on the perimeters of the forest, I would put A, deeper in the forest, F, and then D as the forest chief, forest elder, whichever. So there are no evolutions, but I think it's a great hint to show how old they are. Thank you for your reply. F, A, and F. F. E and F. F. I think I'd said E and F. I think a lot of people said F. I do like E, but do I like it just because it's so much different than all the rest? Oh yeah, A, F, D. Does look like a transition there. E. It should be E first, then A, then F, then D. He's just hiding. You do like E a lot too. Anyways, this is the thing with Reddit, because I have some random things that I'm following. Actually, I don't even. Am I following r/cozygamers? Oh, I must be. And that was r/cozygames, not gamers. So, it showed it because it was similar. I changed my fiance's Tinder account. Okay. This is from r/traumatize them back, which is similar to r/petty revenge. I changed my fiance's Tinder account. Well, it's exactly as it reads. I, 30, female, was engaged to my fiance, 32, male. Until I wasn't. 40 days before the wedding, I found out he was cheating. I had a dress, we had flights, destination elopement. It was 40 days out. Lol. Anyway, he had a Tinder account and was telling women we were polyamorous if it came up. Well, before I fully called off the engagement, I went on his phone and changed the Tinder account. I don't care if it's petty or evil. We had 2 kids, a home, a whole ass life. So I changed the account, replaced his photos with mine, deleted his bio, and even paid the $8 fee so he could see how many likes were coming in. When he seen it, he shit bricks. After maybe 6 hours, there were already thousands of likes. Men trying to match me. Shortly after, I made him leave. I own the home. And canceled the entire wedding. Needless to say, I'm doing much better these days. Bravo to you for owning the home and not putting his name on it. You dodged a major bullet right there. That was a bit ago. I was reminiscing on how far things have come for me. Remembered that I did this. It was too good not to share. Thank you. I've never signed up for any dating sites. I just, especially hearing that, if that happened, thousands, that's like overwhelm and decision fatigue and whatever. It's like, no. No. We're not doing that. But also, I just don't trust people, and I think people are gonna lie on their things. I've had people who I'm pretty sure just, like, if I said that I like something, they're like, oh, I like that too, and they really didn't, and they just wanted to try to get with me and stuff. So I'm like, kind of like, I wouldn't even know where to start if I tried to go back dating. I would be like, you have to tell me all the things you like, and I'm not telling you anything about myself until after you've told me all your things. But what if the person I'm with also has trust issues of people lying? Oh, I guess there's write it down and then we show each other. But you can't really do that online. Is there? Maybe I should make a site like that. I don't know how to make any sites, though. But it would be like, you could each choose, like, oh, like a prompt, like, do you like this movie? And hidden, they won't be able to see it until they answer. It'll say whether or not you like or dislike that movie. So they won't even see it until after they answer. They don't. Hopefully, they don't try and guess whether or not you like it or not. That's like you gotta make sure to be like add some things that you don't like in there. It's not even supposed to be like you don't have to have the same taste as people. Just don't lie and say you like things that you don't. I don't know why people feel the need to do that. Anyways, a mess was putty. What time is it? 11:02. Well, I know they do, but that just means that down the road there's going to be issues when it turns out that we do not have the same interests. It's one thing for it to be like, I am almost a blank slate on that. So I'd love to, explore it with you and see whether or not I like it. But to just right off the bat be like, oh yeah, I like that too, just to try and get in somebody's good graces, it's almost never going to end well. And at my age, it's like, I just feel like I've wasted time dating some of the people I've dated. It's just been a waste of time. You just wasted my time. I'm very angry and bitter about it all. So, I'm definitely, like, if I can't figure out a way to streamline any of it, then... Aita for thinking it's gross of my mom to put her menstrual cup in the dishwasher. Oh. In with other silverware and plates. I want to think yes. I want to see what other people said because you can't eat at everybody's house. Right? That's worse than sticking your... Is there a better word to use? Schlong? In there. Before you ask, yes, I have seen that. And no, I did not eat there. Today's a horrible day to read. To know how to read. Because, damn. The way I just clutched pearls I'm not even wearing. The same person who allows their cat on kitchen counters. Cats don't need permission. If you have a cat there on your counter, you just might not see it. Sometimes. My cat isn't too bad. But every now and then, we'll suddenly hear thunk, like he jumped down from somewhere, and we're like, what? Because we can hear him when he jumps down. What? Okay, we're gonna read it. We're gonna read it. Aita for thinking it's gross of my mom to put her menstrual cup in the dishwasher. I know, like, things like that. I think they say, like, oh, dishwasher safe. If you need to wash it, just throw it in the dishwasher. But I'm pretty sure they mean by itself, not in with a full load of dishes. Even that, I'm like, I don't know if I would even be okay with them doing it when there's not other dishes in there. Is there gonna be residue? I don't know. Listener, write in. Okay, so I, 15 female, am on dishwasher duty along with other chores and have been for years. When I mean dishwasher duty, I mean it. If I'm away at my dad's house for the weekend, they are divorced, then my mom, 32 female, will wait for 3 days until the whole kitchen smells like spoiled milk to turn on the dishwasher so I can unload it. Why is it smelling like spoiled milk? Oh, is that because some people don't rinse dishes before putting it in the dishwasher? I don't know. Like, the thing is, in my house, learning from my mom, like, our dishes are almost pretty much clean before they even go in the dishwasher. So, we never just put dishes in without rinsing them off first. Like, is that why? I know that some people just throw them in, but I don't know. Maybe if you have a nice dishwasher. But even then, I feel like it's gonna get, like, clogged and you have to clean the dishwasher more often. Okay. I'm fine with this. I don't have a problem with doing my chores. My problem is when she puts her menstrual cup in there. She puts it touching our silverware next to our plates. And, like I said, She waits until I'm around to unload the dishwasher to start it. So she doesn't run the dishwasher until OP is around to be able to unload the dishwasher. So I'm not sure how long it sits in there before getting washed. I don't think periods are gross. I have them. I don't think she's gross. I do. I just don't want to touch something that's been in her area, I guess. She makes me touch it. And if I ask her to get it out and I unload everything else, she says things like, "What, do you think it's gonna bite you or something?" And scoffs. From a 32-year-old, you're an adult. But then again, how old were you when you had 15? 32. She was 17 when she had you? Is my mathing? Is that right? Somebody never grew up because they had kids too young. Sorry, I'm not judging. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Don't hurt me. I'm gonna hide behind my putty. If I can't see you, you can't see me, right? I think that's how it works. What do you think is gonna bite you or something? And scoffs. It's not just the having to touch it that bothers me, but also when I look it up, the dishwasher chemicals are super bad for you. It can give you infections, and apparently. What does that mean that we're eating off these dishes, though? Anyways, IDK, I just like making Reddit posts and seeing people's opinions on my life, getting advice. So, AITA. Can't eat at everybody's house. That's disgusting. Also, I'm sorry for this, that I read this for you guys. But yes. It was a bit much. 46-year-old mom here, NTA. I have an entirely separate pot and whisk I use to boil mine that I don't even store in the kitchen. The pot and whisk live in my upstairs linen closet, so no one uses it for food. Yes. Whisk can be a silicone jar with a lid to sterilize it in the microwave. Grossed out about the dishwasher soap getting pushed into with some menstrual blood swirling in the wash. I don't know. Sorry. We'll move on because not everybody wants to hear about menstrual cups. But yeah. Oh, my crush completely shut me down and I'm heartbroken. But that's on r/Am I the Angel, which is a lot of satire. But then again, is it fake? I don't know. Because it was a bunch of texts. Am I the a-hole for ending my friendship over $40? I don't know. What is that? Like a chicken pen? What is it? Saying this on the road in Oregon. Like I said, I just scroll and I see some of the strangest things. What is this? Is very green of a What? I keep seeing this on the side of the road. Wait, what is this? I thought it was like a chicken house, a chicken coop, but I don't really. Let's see. Somebody's gonna have the answer. This post has been locked as the question has been solved, and a majority of new comments at this point are unhelpful and or jokes. Thanks to all who attempted to find an answer. Going at the driveway periscope. A periscope? Okay. Oh, there's other pictures. Ah, yeah. So you see the backside. So, like, if there's a hill or something like that, seems like a weird place for it, though. You'll. Oh. Maybe. It'll be able to show you the top of the hill when you're driving to see if traffic's coming. Because it's got. If I'm understanding it right. I would need to look at it to see. Going with driveway periscope. So someone exiting the driveway can see over a wall or bushes or a little hill or something. Mm-mm-mm. Drive up to it and look in, then report back. It's on certain street corners in the city where I live. Where I live, like, got some of the mirror stuff that's. Sometimes you'll see those in stores, you know. But around certain corners, I've seen them. But I've never seen this periscope thing. I just want my yard so I can look away in the distance. I want one that will look into the future. Yeah. But yeah, pretty cool. Access removed. Here's all my work. See if it'll let me use the kitchen. Hairstylists. Oh, stylists have lives. I thought it just said hairstyles have lives. Spent 700 at a dental appointment. Go to sleep while already dreaming. Scrolling. It am I the butt face for telling my husband to wipe better after going number two? No, I mean, he shouldn't have to, but for shaming my boyfriend over his weird peeing habit? What? Aitah for shaming my boyfriend over his weird peeing habit. Why are you shaming him after what I just read at the beginning? Why do you need to shame? Were you actually shaming him, or he feels like you shamed him? My 25 female boyfriend, 22 male, is a great and considerate guy, and usually extremely well mannered. Unfortunately, recently, I learned about a really strange habit of his that concerns me. When we were just dating, and he was visiting me at my apartment, he never asked to use my bathroom. I didn't ask if he needed to use it because I assume, as an adult, he would let me know like all of my friends do. A few weeks into our relationship, he told me he would pee in the bushes behind the apartment complex. I thought this was weird. When I asked him why, he told me he didn't want to be rude. I assumed he was just trying to be polite, since he didn't know me well then, but it still didn't make sense to me. He uses my bathroom with no issues now. Several months after this, he visited my parents for the first time at their home. He had already met them before, but this was the first time being in their house. He was drinking a lot of water, so before we left, I asked him if he needed to use their bathroom, since we had a long drive ahead of us. He said he was good. They also offered their bathroom, but he refused. We stopped at Kroger's as they were closing for drinks, which was only a couple of minutes away. When he got back into his car, he drove around to the back of the building, got out, and started peeing into the grass. He said he didn't use the Kroger restrooms because they were closed. I was baffled that he would rather pee outside than in my parents' clean and convenient bathroom. He said he was being respectful. What kind of trauma does this boy have? Who told you that you couldn't use the bathroom? I don't understand how using someone's bathroom after they offered could be disrespectful or impolite. We went river tubing yesterday, and rather than pee before or after in one of the many restrooms on site, What? 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 Rather than pee in before or after in one of the many restrooms on site, he peed in the middle of the river with tons of people around. What? What? It was really quick and no one noticed. I scolded him for peeing in a public place with children around. His explanations for peeing in weird places never satisfy me. I don't know how common this is for men, but I think it's abnormal. Am I the asshole for telling him his habit is gross and disrespectful instead of polite, like he insists? That last one, in the middle of the river, so he peed into the water that people are swimming in. Like, I know that, like, it happens, but to do it intentionally? What? Yeah, no. Yeah, shame him for that. Please, please, please. Do. 'Cause he peed underwater in the river. He did not whip it out in front of kids. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. But, what? OPS offer the following explanation for why they think they might be the a-hole. 1. I keep calling my boyfriend out for peeing in public, around people, instead of using a bathroom. 2. Maybe I'm being too judgmental and not understanding enough of a behavior that may be harmless. Have you ever been in his yard and stepped in dog shit only to realize he doesn't have a dog? Close this thread. We're done here. Um, what? What? My money is on it being a fetish of some kind. I have no idea. But she said that he uses her bathroom now. Mine are on a neurotic mother giving him weird ideas about what constitutes manners. Yeah, either way, this man needs therapy. Probably more his father. I bet his father had a thing for not flushing the toilet when you pee. And he can't get rid of it now. Some households do it to conserve water, and some parents can be very strict about it. I guess, yeah. It doesn't seem like he's seeking an audience, unless I read it wrong. So it may be a response to some sort of fear of bathrooms, possibly OCD is germ-related. As a fetish pro, this doesn't read as a kink, but it reads like avoidance, paranorma, similar to something my untreated in the last 40 years mentally ill aunt would do. The water peeing just feels like laziness, or maybe it seemed to him that it was the least revealing option in the environment after denying himself bathroom usage beforehand, getting stuck in the situation while being ridiculously self-unaware. I don't know. I wish there was more from OP, but since it's still new, this is the problem with me reading more recent 5 hours ago posts, because we don't get any updates unless I find something that is an update that was updated recently. 1888. Are Over/overheard. I'm not even gonna switch over because I could just. Your total is $18.88. I was waiting in line at the gas station, and before me, a black couple was checking out. The cashier, also black, rang up their total and said, "Your total is $18.88. Ah, $18.88. Wasn't that a good year?" The black couple looked at themselves and said, "Not for us." Very awkward, but funny. I had to laugh when you really know what happened during that time period for black people. I didn't realize that the cashier was also black, but wasn't that a great year? Not for us. Ooh, r/wedding shaming. It happened. His sister wore white. Dad, YouTube channel, need some advice. R/what should I do? I don't want to live with my fiance's kids. Then call the wedding off. No, I'm not gonna read that. R/pet free. Can't stand my husband's dog. Um, Watching. Oh, okay. Affect me legally. Oh, what? Okay, let's go for it. ATAH for not siding with my wife over our son's ex-girlfriend's pregnancy. Our son, just turned 16, had a girlfriend. She's 16, almost 17. But they broke up about a month ago. About 3 weeks ago, we were informed by her parents that she is pregnant. She's slightly showing. She is slightly showing. How far along is she? She's showing. I feel like she would have known that she was pregnant before they even broke up, but... 'cause they broke up about a month ago. I don't know. Maybe not. The dates line up with my son's relationship. My wife and I went into full panic mode. We waited a couple of days before telling our son, who didn't know. He immediately said, "It's not mine, I never effed her." I didn't believe him, as I know he is active. He did the sensible thing. He did the sensible thing and asked me for protection. However, he kept on saying they never did it. He said He said he cheated on her. I had a heart-to-heart with him, and he is an absolute shithead. But I began to believe him. He said he always wraps, and he has asked for restocks. My wife, on the other hand, still didn't believe him. We're just gonna have to wait until we can get a paternity test, I guess. Um, mm-mm-mm. Both families met. My wife started the conversation, just accepting that our son is the father, and was trying to figure out a solution, funding, etc. My son spoke up, saying, "It's not his baby. I never did it." He was genuinely angry. Then he made a comment that I'm going to rephrase. Apparently, they only ever did a certain act which can't result in a baby, and it was unsatisfactory, so he never went any further with her. An absolute shithead, and we raged at him over it. Does that mean he went in the back door? What? Um, his ex-girlfriend admits they rarely did it, but explained the event, the when and where, and I will say it was believable too. I know he's a complete liar. I know he is an absolute dog. But I believe him still. You know that your son is this way, and like you're not trying to like give him repercussions and stuff. I don't know. It's just like, oh, I know he's a complete liar. He's an absolute dog. You just know this because of all this other stuff. Like, I don't know. But then again, I don't know how you get a 16-year-old to not be a complete liar and an absolute dog. My wife, however, is angry with me for playing into his nonsense. She said I'm part of the boy culture. She said children born to teen parents are more likely to be teen parents. And we were both 17 when my wife got pregnant. She said I'm worsening the situation by not living in reality, and she is left to figure out what to do on her own. To her point, I am hands off on further meetings with the other family. I don't believe we should have those discussions until it's proven he's the dad. I kind of agree with that. Yeah, get the paternity test. AITAH. Also, this is really ranty. I'm sorry, but I needed to leave off some steam. Do you think that was ranty? It was not that much. Just to add, her parents don't want to do a paternity test until the child's born. They said it could harm the baby, but apparently it's harmless, so I don't know. Yeah, I hear. I think it's harmless. I don't know. I'm always hearing on these stories that people are getting paternity tests before the child is born, and I've never heard anything happen negatively. So I don't know. So we cannot get a test done before then. Courts can't order one till birth. Another addition, I'm in the UK. I mean, wouldn't they do it at the same time that they do other tests to check for any, other abnormalities and stuff? You're not gonna do that kind of stuff? was posted and made it to our such popular. For anyone new here, please take a moment to familiar yourself with our rules. For commenting. What is r slash popular? Is that a different subreddit? You do nothing until there's confirmed paternity. Yeah. About fighting, get a paternity test. Tell them, like, hey, if you're not gonna get the early paternity test, then we're not going to be paying for anything until after the baby's born then. Yeah. It is not... what you need to know. As a non-invasive prenatal paternity test, it's a blood draw for the young lady and a cheek swab for your son. There's zero risk to the pregnancy and it's 99.9% accurate. Tell her parents about the test and that you will require the results for discussing finances, custody, support, etc. And this is to protect all of you. You don't have to say this, but the unspoken implication is that if your son is both telling you the truth and right, which can be two separate things here, then they'll need to figure out who the potential father is ASAP in order to deal with those legal concerns. You might have to get a court order. That would suck. It sounds like they can't get the court order until after the baby's born. I don't know. But I'd suggest pursuing it if they decline an NIPP test. As for your wife, just tell her that there's no need for deciding between teenagers. He said, she said, there's a simple blood test that will remove guesswork. Easy peasy. I told them all that, as did my nurse friend. No good. Courts will not give an order until birth, according to solicitors. But that's where you say, well, then we're not paying for any of the, hospital bills and stuff like that. Like, yeah. All discussions are over until the test is conducted. I agree. Uh-oh, what did I just do? Okay, there we go. Um, this person must be pretty new to Animal Crossing. Posted a video of them trying to hit the rock. They've only put like one hole behind them. I could be any better behind a tree fence as long as you so you don't get pushed diagonally. Is this bad? Yeah, somebody posted a picture with the two holes so that you are facing it diagonally, which is way better. One loose was missing. Maybe I messed up surrounding the rock. I don't know. Oh, sometimes if there's already a rock out, I think it won't give you another one. Oh. Okay. We're reading it. Today I effed up. Capture. Okay. Today I effed up by unintentionally making my girlfriend's parents think I was mentally handicapped during a family dinner. That's starting soon. For context, I'm the guardian of my autistic sister. She masks very well in public, to the point of passing being normal. But normal. Sorry, I just stopped and be like, normal. Passing being non-autistic. I always just say that. There's no such thing as... Not being autistic does not mean normal. It just means non-autistic. Considering how many people are autistic, being autistic isn't not normal. Just gonna say that. Anyways. But when she's not masking, she can look really bratty at best, and downright weird to other people at worst. I would think bratty would be at worst. Weird would be at best. That's me, though. I don't care. The goofball is my sister, and I love her. Anyways, whenever I go on dates, she hangs out with friends she can trust to partially unmask with. But things came up for them, and this dinner I was invited to lined up with a time where her friends were all unavailable. I wanted to reschedule, but my girlfriend gave me a half apologetic, half worried look. This was with her parents, and her parents weren't the type to bend and reschedule unless I was in the hospital or something. What? What? Did she even ask them? Did she talk to them? Are her parents that bad? Maybe we don't want to meet them. I was already worried about meeting them before. I knew that they weren't exactly the warm and fuzzies type of people from the stories she's told. Okay, so we knew this. They were very much a product of their time, to say the least. But if they wanted me to come, I'd have to bring my sister. My sister was fine with coming along. Well, until we actually got there. The three of us went, and my god, it was awkward. My girlfriend had already briefed them about my situation. They knew I was my sister's guardian, and they knew she was autistic. But what they didn't know was that autistic people can be functioning humans. Oh dear. Thought she was like nonverbal and all of that. That is not what autism is. When they introduced themselves to her, oh gosh, I hate this. What are we? When they introduced themselves to her, it was as if they were talking to a baby, with their voices slow and high pitched. Hi, nice to meet you. Gosh, that's what I'm imagining. My girlfriend cringed and reiterated to them that my sister isn't like the autistic kids they're thinking of. To, I want to say to be fair, I don't know if that's the right term, but a lot of, I don't know how old our parents are. How old are they? I have no idea. There's no ages. But, older generation, you know, before the DSM-5, before, people stopped using the term Asperger's and all that. Like, yeah, the the poster child for autism is not what it is today. So, I kind of. Mm. Mm. My sister even shocked them by awkwardly laughing and introducing herself normally. Yeah. Apparently, my girlfriend has been trying to tell them for months that she can mask. But they didn't quite understand what that meant until literally now. Well, kind of. They still had their own idea of how an autistic person should act. Of course, neither me or my sister wanted to be rude, and we tried to be polite. But man, was their assumptions grating. On top of interrogating me about my job, they kept bringing up that it's okay for my sister to unmask. Of course, she didn't. She wasn't comfortable. She eventually excused herself, and I followed after. As we left, I overheard my girlfriend berating her parents for being so rude. Yes. Good. I'm glad to hear that. We went outside, and I comforted my sister. She was not having a good time here. I don't blame her. And wanted to go home. I agreed, and to make her feel better, we joked about what she'd look like to them unmasking, and since both of us are meme shit posters, we pretended to be stereotypical autistic kids that my girlfriend's parents were definitely thinking of. The fuck up. We kept up the act a bit too long, and my girlfriend and her dad walked out on us looking like idiots. Something clicked in his head, and he started giving me that stay away from my daughter vibe. I let him know that my sister wasn't feeling well, and we were gonna head out. He gruffly agreed. Oh, I don't know. Just analyzing that now. He gruffly agreed, and before my girlfriend could come with us, her dad told her to stay. They had something to discuss. All my girlfriend could do was to give me a "I'm so effing sorry" look. The next day, me and my girlfriend met up, and she looked so done with life. Apparently, after me and my sister left, Her family got into a huge argument about me dating her. Her parents are convinced that I was masking being autistic too, and that we shouldn't be dating. Gosh, I hate this. I hate it so much. I hate it. Why am I reading? Why? What is that? Eugenics or something? We shouldn't be dating. They didn't want to have grandkids like us. Not like that would be an issue for more reasons than one. Okay. I mean, even if OP isn't autistic, the fact that his sister is means there's still a chance that he could have children who are autistic, who are autistic. Safe to say, I don't think I have her parents' blessing, and won't be anytime soon. Luckily, she doesn't really care and is on my side. But I would have liked to have been on her parents' good side before I popped the question with my girlfriend. Even I didn't have to interact with them. TLDR, I took my autistic sister with my girlfriend to meet her parents. They made my sister feel uncomfortable, wanting to see her unmasked, and to make her feel better, we both pretended to be exactly the kind of people they thought she would be in private. My girlfriend's dad saw this solely their perception of me, and now they think I'll give my girlfriend autistic grandchildren. But you could anyway, because of it being genetic. But they are shit people and need to educate themselves on what autism is and is not. She stood up to her parents. She's a keeper. Yes. So there's already been a substantial break with them. Yeah, I'm lucky to be with her and her family. I don't know how old they are. But it sounds like. How old would he be? If he has custody of his sister. How old is his sister? I don't know that either. There's no ages. But I don't know. Have I just been reading too many teenage stories? So I was thinking he was younger. But yeah, if she's not a teenager, then it makes sense that she might be more up to standing up against her parents. I mean, some teenagers do too, but some teenagers do more. I don't know. It depends on the person. Your family has had some difference these last few years, but she's been trying her best to still be close with them. She's been able to change their minds on certain topics, but others not so much. Oh, she might not actually live with them. It's just that they went over to her to meet her parents. Yeah, because I think she was going to leave, and they made her stay. She's planning to leave because she doesn't live there. I could be wrong. I don't know. Anyways. What? Do I want to read this? This is Rach. Oh. Oh. Huh. I'm not sure. AITA for wanting the same college tuition amount from my parents as my twin brother. I and my twin brother are both going off to college. Our schools are part of the same school system and thus have the same tuition amount. My parents have told us that they will cover our tuition amount, but we have to figure out housing on our own. However, I received a merit scholarship that covers half of my tuition. AITA for asking them to put aside the other half of the tuition money they would have given me to go toward my housing costs. I don't know. I don't know. I don't. I really don't. Ah. 'Cause part of me is like, um, I understand they got a merit scholarship and their twin didn't. But it also seems unfair for the parents to pay part of their housing costs without paying for the twins' housing costs. I don't know. But it's also like that means the parents aren't paying an equal amount of money. Gosh. Mm, maybe I'm with OP. I think sometimes with tuition they'll just give you the flat amount. So it's like, just tell your parents. You shouldn't have told your parents that you had the scholarship at all. Just have that extra money. I don't know. But also it's in contest mode, so we're not going to be able to see any top comments. We're just gonna scroll and see what seems the most. NAH, your parents may very well see your scholarship as a blessing and maybe rejoice in the fact that they will save more of their money, which is not a selfish pursuit. They work their whole lives for that money. I don't know how much your tuition is. By your description, it sounds like you're going to an in-state public school. That means semester tuition could range from 3K to 10K depending on your state. But you're also not a bad person for wanting more help. You need to talk to your parents honestly. Worst they can say is no. A part of me is like, well, can we take that money and split that as well in half to pay a little bit for your housing and a little bit for your twins' housing? But I don't know. I'm like looking at parallels in my head. Like if it's Christmas and there's two twins and one is a friend and the friend gives them a Christmas gift. The other one does not have that friend, so they don't get that extra Christmas gift. So the parents, instead of giving both of them equal amounts because the one got a gift from their friend, the parents decide they're going to give one less gift to the person who already got a gift from their friend. That doesn't feel right. But I understand them wanting to be equal. But it doesn't seem right. I don't know. It feels like the whole equality versus equity or whatever. And it's, one of those things that people will debate forever. Let's see. You need to talk to your parents honestly. Worst they can say is no. And if they say no, you need to accept that you're an adult and it's not your money. My parents paid for 2 of my sister's tuitions through grad school. They weren't as academically inclined as me, so scholarships never really happened. I got a diversity scholarship for my first year, then got a merit-based scholarship that covered everything else. My parents did help me a bit with housing my first few semesters and then left me to figure it out by my fourth semester. After that, I've been paying it all. I recently paid my second to last semester of grad school. This isn't meant to be a flex. My parents still sacrificed for me, and I've always been grateful for the help they've given me. I only got my scholarship because of the investments they made in my education. Since then, they've retired early, which they have said is in large part because I became financially independent so young, and they didn't need to worry about tuition anymore. They still offer to pay my grad school tuition. I might take them up on that next semester. My first son is on the way, and costs have been going up. But I'm very grateful to not be a burden to them anymore. I won't patronize you. You're perceiving an injustice. Humbly communicate. Humbly communicating your feelings may clear everything up. YTA, your parents don't owe you anything for college. Be grateful that they're willing and able to cover some of your costs. You're coming across as entitled here. However, I do understand wanting to maximize the funds you do have available. So check what your scholarship covers. If you can get it to cover other expenses, if your tuition is covered, then ask your parents. Truly ask, don't demand, that they cover your tuition, as promised. Explain the scholarship is covering other costs, like books and housing. If they decline, then you're still ahead of most of your peers. If they agree, then fantastic. It's like, I don't know, NTA merit scholarships are not only expected to be used on tuition. In fact, I would not have even told your parents about the scholarship. Because if they had paid your entire tuition, you would have gotten to keep all the scholarship money for books, housing, and anything really. At my school, if your tuition is paid in full, your scholarship gets put on your student account and you can request a check for the amount after all fees are paid. So, I was ask your parents to pay your entire tuition on your student account, so it is fair for both you and your brother. Then, get a refund for your scholarship from the university. I don't think when you're young you realize the level of sacrifice parents make to cover college costs here in the USA. It's hard to fully understand how rough it can be in the workforce until you live it for like over a decade. Imagine working day in and day out for years and years at a job that wears you down. You Do it not just for a roof over your head, over your own head, but to give your children opportunities in life. You've done an amazing thing by getting a scholarship. You can either see your situation as one where you are being deprived and facing some great injustice, or you can see it as an opportunity to give back to the people you love. You're potentially giving your parents the ability to retire a year or two earlier than they otherwise would have been able to. And when I was growing up, I felt bad if I cost my parents money. I lived at home just to cut costs. You should be proud that you saved your hardworking parents a buttload of tuition dollars and leave it at that. Ah. Actually, I have no idea because I don't know what the parents' financial situation is either. Did they say? I don't know. It was kind of a short little post, wasn't it? NAH, you worked hard and got a scholarship, or are talented in some field your sibling isn't. Nonetheless, parents aren't required to pay for college in the first place, and we don't have any idea how hard it is for them to contribute. I'd write up how much additional work you put in when you talk to them. Gotta love when people tell you to just accept adulting like it's easy. That reminds me of an ex-boyfriend. I would offer to take him to dinner, and then he would say to me, instead of you buying me dinner, I'm just going to order fries. But then, could you just give me $25 in cash instead? And then he would decide that he would not go to dinner with me at all, and asked for $30 in cash from me. I declined all of that. I don't understand what? What? I don't see the parallel there. But also, what? Very different circumstance here, though. Sounds like OP worked hard and earned the extra money. Both should get the same. Oh, they're saying that they want more. You should be able to use the extra cash as he wishes. I would say YTA, and the title here is misleading. Both kids are getting the same treatment, tuition paid, and housing they must pay themselves. Just because your tuition is less does not entitle you to equal amount to cover expenses. I'm a little bit on that. Kudos for you for earning a scholarship. If your parents cover the rest of your tuition, they honor their commitment. Don't be greedy. You worry about yourself, not your brother. I'm a twin mom, and I work hard to make sure my boys have the same for everything. Same budget for clothes, same budget for computer, same budget for sports activities, same responsibilities in the house, on a rotation. Same bedtime, same expectations. I also have twin uncles. They were given one bike at Christmas when they were 5. How do you split a bike? Their answer? They broke it, and each got one wheel. Absolute waste. I have never bought my boys one anything. When they turn 16, they will get their own cars. Jeez, you're gonna give your... Okay. I did not come from a family that got cars at 16, so... Their budget is the same. They can contribute more, which may change what they get. But from my husband and I, their budget is X. So, yes, when it comes time for college, their budget is X. If a scholarship drops tuition payments, then yes, they can use funds for books or on housing or even food. Their budget will be X. I won't punish one or reward the other for getting or not getting a scholarship. Absolutely NTA, absolutely reasonable expectation. I'm with them. But I don't. NTA because your parents' offer is unfair and flawed in the first place. That's nutty. See TA below. To only consider tuition and not the full cost of attending college. If you bring this up to them, keep in mind that you are asking them to do something fundamentally different than they offered to do. I don't see what the point was in getting a scholarship if it doesn't actually benefit you any, just your parents, I guess. If you decide to let this go, you can use the money that you saved them now as leverage in the future for them to assist you financially with something, like maybe a wedding. ETA, edit to add, unless your parents have a particular reason that they want you to pay for housing and living expenses. You might ask them politely why their offer was just for tuition and not full cost. YTA, they agreed to cover tuition. They are covering tuition. Supreme Court just. NTA, I see your point, but it does depend on how wealthy your parents are and how they are paying for tuition. Are they paying cash, or is it loans on their life savings? You can ask, but they can say no, regardless of how they are funding it. Your brother is being rewarded for not working as hard as you if his tuition is covered and yours is half covered. I get that the scholarship should be putting you in a better position, but clearly that is not happening. You will both have to figure out how to pay the housing cost. Perhaps speak to the college about the scholarship and if it could be used to offset housing. I assume dorms or something? Likely not, but that is the only avenue you have left. I don't know. NTA for asking. If they say no, and you push it, then you would be. Yeah, I kind of on that one. Twin here. Imagine you and your twin go clothes shopping with your parents, and you were each given a $50 budget. Your twin selects a full price shirt at $50, but you get a similar shirt that's on clearance for $20. Would you still expect your parents to pay for the $20 shirt and give you the $30 difference? They were given $50, then yes. I don't think you're entitled to the difference. I don't know. So soft, YTA, for being entitled, but you're young and don't realize it because it feels unfair, even though it's not. Like, this is just, oh my gosh. No idea. Okay, info. I can't make up my mind on this. I'm divided. I'm surprised at all the comments that, are like, give a definite yes or no. Info, let's say you got into a more prestigious school, and this is what I'm wondering, and tuition there was 50% more, and your parents said they would cover both your tuitions. Would you tell them, in the name of fairness, to just pay yours up to your brother's amount, and you will work such to take a loan for the rest? Or they pay all of yours, but then they also pay for your brother's housing, but not your housing. How would you feel on that end? This is so divided. I lived at home and worked 2 jobs because I wanted to pay for college and didn't want to take money from my parents. Maybe think about that scholarship as a gift you are giving them. NTA for asking. The worst they can say is no. NTA, ask them and see. Wanting equal treatment isn't unreasonable. You worked hard, presumably, for that scholarship. It is a grant to help ease your financial burden for school because you worked hard. It isn't a discount code for your parents. Buy one, get one half off. Asking them to put aside that money for housing or books. Oh, it wasn't moving. I was thinking my battery on my mouse was dead, but no, it is moving. It's because I don't actually have it on the mouse pad. What time is it? Oh my god, I'm getting late. I'm gonna end this soon because also, I've been speaking for so long and it's good to give my voice a rest. Okay. Asking them to put aside that money for housing or books or reasonable school costs is fair. Unfortunately, the reality is that this is a gift your parents are giving you. So even though you worked hard for your scholarship, you don't get to dictate how much that gift is or if they effectively give your brother more. If they tell you no, then that's their prerogative. If your schools are close to each other, you may want to suggest they put that money toward housing for both of you. A two-bedroom apartment to share or something like. I don't know. NTA, if your parents are giving you less than your brother, then in a sense your scholarship is an advantage not to you, but to your brother. I don't know that I agree with that. You get less of your family's resources for college, while your brother gets more. The thing is, the fact that OP got a scholarship probably means that OP is more talented, more gifted. You kind of get the opinion that it might end up that OP ends up making more money than the brother. So, I don't know. The scholarship is more an achievement and less. If you just think of the scholarship as being an achievement, as something that you did, like you were good enough to have done this. Unless they maybe they did apply for scholarships. I wonder if the brother applied and did not get one. I don't really know. I've never dealt with scholarships. So sometimes, they might seek you out, but other times you have to seek them out. So if OP had sought out the scholarship themselves, did they do it so that they wouldn't have to pay for housing? Did they do it to help their parents out so their parents wouldn't have to pay as much? Or did the scholarship come to them, at which point it is an achievement? Like, hey, I was, selected to receive this. And that in itself is just like a win in life. So let's stop worrying about the money, I think. Actually, am I the twin brother in this? Okay, so I'm older, right? And at this age, my parents are still giving us money for Christmas. Me and all my siblings. All my siblings are coupled up in their own houses and all that. I'm back here living with my parents. I had moved out, but things did not work out. So I'm here. And single, which is where we're going with this. Because during Christmas, my mom will, still give us money and stuff. But since I do not have a significant other, and I am not getting like a gift from anyone else, she will actually get me a gift. Even though she does not get extra gifts for the rest of my siblings. But she figures they have significant others that they're getting gifts from. So, on the one hand, the brother, he's a bit of a letdown. That's not... I didn't mean to say it like that. But he's not as smart as OP, it sounds like. So he might need that extra care from the parents. But yeah, I don't know. It seems like, as a parent, if you're gonna pay for your kids' tuition, that you ought to have like a savings, and that whole money should go to them. Shouldn't be like, oh, whatever's left in that, we're gonna keep. You saved it for the tuition. Give it all to them. But I don't know. And then at that point, if they want to give a little bit extra to the other brother, that's where we would sit. It'd be one thing if they said, oh, we're going to pay half of your tuition, and then they actually pay full for the other brother, because he might not be as set up for life. Like, OP, were able to get a scholarship. I think they're pretty set for life. Though they both got into college, but actually I don't know what kind of... And I don't know what kind of... Oh, they did say a merit scholarship, which means that they are smart. They're set up. OP, you're good. You're already ahead in life. You're already gonna be ahead of your brother. And you want extra to pay for your housing so that you'll be even more ahead of him. I don't know. I'm not saying that they're not wrong to feel like you should be giving us both the same amount, but I don't know. Anyways, I'm gonna call it a night there. 'Cause it's after midnight. Oh my god, I didn't do my Duolingo. Dang it. Dang it. Oh well. Oh well. It happens. It's unfortunate. But, anyways, that's all for today. And, as always, thanks for watching. And take care of yourselves. And I will try to do the same.